6. One final on the day. The Guardians hammer the Tigers 6-1. The final in that one from Cleveland. So now that series tied at 1 game apiece. Still to come, the Yankees play host to the Red Sox. Red Sox took game 1 in that series. Game 2 coming up at 3 p.m. And then the Dodgers, who took game 1 against the Reds, get back to it at 6 p.m. tonight. One note from the NFL, the Cleveland Browns are benching veteran quarterback Joe Flacco. They're going to turn to rookie Dylan Gabriel as their starter for Sunday's game in London against the Minnesota Vikings.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park here. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We are watching the first of 2 scrimmages with the Mariners out here at T-Mobile Park. They are currently on the field as we speak. We'll keep you up to date on what's happening out here with Emerson Hancock on the hill, who just gave up a hit to Randy Arozarena, leading things off for the home team. They've got home and away. So Arozarena actually is part of the away roster, Dave. This is odd to see these guys going up against each other, but very cool thing. Got a few thousand fans here. Tomorrow's game apparently is sold out. Tomorrow's scrimmage, I should say, is sold out. So they're allowing 5,000 fans in here, and kind of a cool event to see the Mariners out here getting some work and seeing Ichiro Suzuki out there in right field right now. How about that?
Yeah, he got quite the round of applause. How much do you think that Ichiro, somewhere deep down inside, thinks if I play really well, maybe I can be in the lineup during the playoffs?
I think he knows better. He's not on the roster, so that's not going to happen. But I bet there's part of him thinking, I'm good for a couple ABs. I could still throw that ball. I mean, we've seen him. He's still got a cannon arm.
He does.
I'm actually hoping we get a chance to see him make a play out there and fire the ball. You know, maybe trying to get somebody at second base. Right now, you got Randy Arozarena on second with Dom Canzone up at the plate. But yeah, I would love to see Canzone pull one out to Ichiro out there in right field and show off that arm.
You know what his problem is that he needs to get himself out of shape. That's what I did. Yeah. Because, in my late 30s and early 40s, I was like, I can still play, man. I was still, strong and everything and in good shape. And I didn't like that feeling. So I let myself go. And then that way I knew for sure that there's no way I could get back in the NFL. So that's what Ichiro, that's the path he needs to take.
That was the key to let yourself go?
That's right.
Yeah. And
it was fun.
You've never come back? It was fun.
Really fun.
Yeah. As Dom Canzone hits one down the left field line that goes foul. But, yeah, kind of cool to see a game going on here with fans in the stands. You can hear the noise going on in the background. So we'll talk about this and keep you up to date on what's happening out here. Meanwhile, coming up on the show, Alyssa Charlston will join us at 2:30 Washington Wednesdays. So she'll chime in on what's going on with the Huskies this week as they get set for the Maryland Terrapins. You never want to sleep on the Terrapins, Dave. Mm-hmm. So we'll talk about that matchup. Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider, is here as well. She'll join us at 3 p.m. Jason Myers of your Seattle Seahawks will join us at 4 p.m. How about this? Matt Hasselbeck, one of the 50 greatest to ever put on a Seahawks uniform. He'll be out here for the game this weekend, the celebration of 50 years of the Seahawks franchise and 50 greatest players. And we're going to get a chance to catch up with him at 5 p.m., and then we'll try to catch up with a Mariner player once they wrap things up here for today. So.
Yeah, that's quite the lineup here. And actually, Shannon Drayer and Matt Hasselbeck have kind of a connecting moment. She came on one time on our show and told us that, I guess Dave Pearson was saying, why does Matt look so dejected? And why does he look down all the time during the interviews? And I guess it was because he was trying to look Shannon in the eye. So it's like, okay, look up now. You can't look down at Shannon because you look dejected.
Trying to meet her eye to eye. Oh, that's great. Yeah. It'll be good to catch up with him. And I've told you this, and I've told Matt this. His aunt was my realtor when I lived in Chicago.
That's awesome.
Her name is Pam. She's very sweet, and she's super proud of Matt. So she was, when she found out I was in sports at the time, she's like, do you know Matt Hasselbeck? I'm like, as a matter of fact, I do. I know who he is. Gino Suarez just crushed a home run into the bullpen in left field there off Emerson Hancock, as you can hear the horn sounding in the background. So that's a guy that would be phenomenal to see him get hot and do this kind of damage against somebody other than a Mariners pitcher.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's kind of due for that, and that was MLB Network had him as one of the X factors that, you know, if that guy gets hot, and he is that would be perfect timing for him. So yeah, hopefully he doesn't burn all the good ones here, but no, this is great seeing this, and that these guys aren't just going to sit around. It's live action basically. So
yeah, you got umps out here, the whole thing. Robles is taking his time in the batter's box, calling time out there. But yeah, 3-0 lead. 3-0 lead for the away team. That's how they're doing this, and he's doing the Trident celebration and the whole thing. So everything's real game action here. So it's going to be fun. Meanwhile, Jerry DiPoto was talking about the idea behind having fans in the stands during these scrimmages. Here's what he said.
I loved the idea of having fans in the stands. The easiest way to create energy is by leaning into your fan base. It's you know, you can go play hard. Every one of our players is going to play hard. They're all going to do their work. None of them is going to skip a weight room day. That's just not how this group's wired. And I generally think baseball players will go play hard. But the way you create energy is you create energy with fans, with buzz, with noise in the ballpark. And I do think that is going to be a critical piece to what we do. So I hope the people show out. I think they will.
You know, it's interesting this year, more than any other year that I remember, the players and Dan Wilson and Jerry DiPoto talking about our fans and how great they are. And I think especially because you brought Josh Naylor in from somewhere else, and just his appreciation for that, and just the adrenaline that supplies for the team. And, a lot of, I feel like a lot of baseball is trying to control the adrenaline, and, it's not, whereas like football, it makes you run faster, it makes the hits seem lighter, all of that. But these guys seem to really enjoy just the Seattle fan base and what they mean to them. I've never heard that so much other than this year, how much, the players and coaches and everybody are crediting the fans for, the extra adrenaline.
Well, and the fans are very noticeable, obviously, seeing, this team coming down the stretch, making that push. This building was getting more and more full each game, louder and louder. And we've talked about this before, that Seattle, the fan base, whether it's the Mariners, whether it's the Seahawks, whether it was the Sonics back in the day, it doesn't matter. Sounders, Storm, you name it, Kraken, they take great pride in their ability to create volume. They take a lot of pride in being known as one of the loudest, if not the loudest fan base in any of those leagues. Yeah. It's always been a source of pride. And I think it's the thing to get even for being viewed as tucked up in, Southwest Alaska, Northeast, or whatever it is, tucked up in the corner of the country. Nobody knows where Seattle is. Yeah. So it's kind of a get back. Like, oh, yeah? Well, when you get here, it's going to be really uncomfortable for the opposing teams. And that's true for this building. I think this weekend is going to be these fans are going to go ballistic. Yeah,
there's kind of an element of, like, defiance, I feel like, here in Seattle, which I love, especially when it comes to the fan base. The other thing is, if you ever watch, like, a Seahawk game where they cut away, or a Mariner game, and they show the crowd, it's a lot of work, man. I mean, you're not just sitting there enjoying, and it's almost like you're not doing your job if you just sit there and watch the game. But creating all that noise and all that excitement takes a lot of work, man. It's not some leisurely thing that you do. These guys come here to go to work, so love that about Seattle fans.
Yeah, so the top half of the inning is over. They walked Robles. I'm not sure how they're doing this with the outs. There were no recorded outs, but 3-0 after that home run from Gino Suarez. Hancock walked Victor Robles, and then they just brought the team off the field, and now the home team, as it were, is stepping up to the plate here with Jorge Polanco leading off. So we'll see how he does. Edward Bizardo is starting for the away team out there. So interesting pitching. You're going to have Emerson Hancock going. You'll have Gabe Spire going, Andres Munoz and Troy Taylor for the home team. For the away team, it's going to be Bizardo, Vargas, Brash, and Colin Snyder called up here. So you got some of the young guys. You got Colt Emerson up here.
Yeah, so Williamson out there.
Yeah, you've got so some names you want to see. Ben Williamson, as you said. Samad Taylor is out there. As Polanco hits one, looks like that went foul. Yeah, looked like it was about to be another home run out there to right field, but just went foul. So fans into it, very cool. Dan Wilson talking about the intra-squad scrimmages and talked about what his expectations are.
Yeah, I mean, fans bring energy, and they bring, an excitement and a competitiveness, and so having some fans in here would be great. Looking forward to that part of it, I know that it's again, we're trying to simulate as much as possible what the playoffs are like, and fans are certainly a part of it, especially here at home, and the electricity that they bring, and so we're looking forward to that part of it as well.
Yeah, so Polanco strikes out. Cal Raleigh hitting second in the lineup for the home team here, stepping up to the plate. And this place, even in a scrimmage, if he hits one out, they're going to go nuts.
Oh, yeah.
So
be number 61.
Yeah, we'll see what Cal does out here. But, yeah, just a cool thing going on out here. And they capped it at 5,000 for staffing reasons. I was talking to somebody out here because we brought up Philly, and El Hombre yesterday told us they sold 30,000 tickets to their scrimmage out there in Philadelphia. You can hear the crowd out here chanting MVP.
Yep.
Even in a scrimmage, they're chanting MVP. I love it. So it's just a cool thing. And we'll see. We'll see what the results are coming up this weekend. It's going to be. I'm anxious. I cannot wait for this weekend. I'm counting down like it's Christmas, and we'll see who they're playing, because the Guardians even things up today. They beat the Tigers 6-1, so that one goes to 3 games, and hopefully the third game will go extra innings, and they burn through the bullpen. They have to use a lot of their relievers. Maybe some fatigue sets in. That's what I'm hoping for on both sides. A nice 15-inning affair. How about that?
Yeah, you're not too picky.
No.
Yeah, you want things just a certain way.
Just wear yourselves out.
That's right.
Wear yourselves out, and then have to travel to Seattle, whichever team it is. But, yeah, that series is knotted up at 1 apiece. So we got some times, though, for people that haven't heard this. So game 1, Saturday, it's here 2 possibilities. If the Red Sox advance to play Toronto, it'll be a 1:08 p.m. first pitch. This is Saturday. Now, if the Yankees advance to play Toronto, it'll be a 5:38 p.m. First pitch. Cal drives one to right field, and it's gone. Cal Raleigh hits is that his 61st?
There you go.
Does that count?
Counts in most of these fans' book, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You just made that look easy.
Yeah, that's one of the rare wall scrapers for Cal. That just got over the wall. But, home run for Cal Raleigh here, and the crowd is letting him hear it. Here comes the Trident. They still do the celebration there going into the dugout. So the times, again, Saturday, if the Red Sox advance to play Toronto, it'll be a 1:08 p.m. first pitch. If the Yankees advance, it'll be a 5:38 first pitch.
What are you hoping for?
As far as times, I don't really care. 1:08. I just want to get to it. I'm anxious.
Yeah,
I'm anxious. So we'll see what goes on there. Then game 2 is set because we were talking about the conflict. Julio Rodriguez with a base hit to right field, so he follows Cal with a single here. But Sunday's game is set. 5:03 first pitch on Sunday. So you got the Seahawks game at
1:07 or something.
Yeah,
like
whatever it is, and then that'll be followed by the Mariners at 5:03 p.m. So for those that were trying to go double dip, go to the Seahawks and the Mariners. You got some grace there, and we'll see what the mayhem's like down here with traffic and parking and just bodies out here on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's going to be happy, of course, but it is going to be maybe a little bit of a pain, a little bit of extra waiting. But I mean, come on, man, this is what you want. You got a 3-1 football team, but more importantly, you got a team that's in the in the MLB playoffs. And
speak it into
I almost said
Dave.
World Series,
just
and
speak it into
that's where
existence.
I think they're headed. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit hectic, but it's so cool. What a great reward for these great fans we've been talking about.
Yeah, it's going to be a good weekend out here, and I'm excited for both games. But yeah, this one, look, it's game 5 for the Seahawks. This is all the chips are on the table for the Mariners. This is a chance to do something they've never done in the history of their organization. So glad they got that figured out. Again, for Sunday, for those of you that were going to go to both games, trying to figure out how that was going to work, the Mariners' first pitch on Sunday will be at 5:03 p.m. And it's going to be a lot of fun down here. You know, there's going to be a lot of community, a lot of unity. Everybody just in it together, man. It's going to be so much fun. So looking forward to that. You guys can text in 866-979-3776. Weigh in on the Mariners, weigh in on the Seahawks. Just taking a look at what the pitching may look like. Ryan Divish tweeted out a bit ago. Bryan Woo is supposed to throw a bullpen session on Thursday. It would seem logical for them to want to see him throw twice off the mound before starting him, which would push him to game 3, which we talked about, which, you know, if you're going silver lining, look, you want him to go in game 1. But if that's not the reality, game 3 is not the worst thing in the world, because that gives you a chance to hopefully handle your business with 2 of your pitchers. I assume it'll be Logan and Castillo. That's my assumption. We'll see. But 2 guys who pitch dramatically better. Yeah. Dramatically better when you look at their splits here versus on the road. And then Woo is their best road pitcher by far.
Meaning he had the smallest variance from
between home and road. And just
road,
his road numbers across the board were better than anybody else in the rotation.
Right.
So if you're trying to find the silver lining to his injury, if you will, that's it. That you're going to get 2 guys who are really comfortable and had a lot of success here at T-Mobile Park, and then your best road pitcher going in game 3.
Well, and I think in most Major League Baseball towns, there would be, like, you'd be bummed about that. Oh, man, we don't get Woo until – and obviously we'd love to have him game 1 so he can, you know, possibly pitch twice. But, you know, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of panic. It's like, all right, you know, Logan, you know, you feel really good about him. Castillo, just what a great turnaround. What if he had not had that? I mean, he had some performances in August.
Yeah. We've been talking about, do you put him in the rotation? You know, how does that work? I mean, he was August and a little bit before that was not great.
Right.
Was not great. So he's had 4 starts in a row that have been quality starts where he's looked very good. So keep him at home where he's just excelled, and that's going to be cool. That's going to be cool to see.
But it's just so nice that he kind of pulled out of that spiral, because that was worrisome. That would have been a problem. So yeah, the fact that he's on the uptick really makes you feel confident about their decision to, you know, wait until game 3 for Woo.
Yeah. As we continue, if you're just tuning in, we are live at T-Mobile Park. Mariners scrimmage going on right now. Ichiro is in right field, which is really cool to see. Just watching him warm up in between innings here. Mm-hmm. He's throwing from right field to the bullpen catcher, who was in kind of left center over there. I mean, on the fly. I don't know what the distance is there, but he's throwing it on his arm is still just amazing.
How old is he again?
I think he's 51.
Is he 51? Just
I
like
believe.
his jersey?
Yeah.
It's amazing. You know, and I do think that maybe it's a very small percentage, but it's like, wow, what if I hit 3 home runs and make diving catches and great throws? Maybe I can get on the roster.
Yeah, I think he just has it in his head that I'm still better than a lot of these guys in the league. I guarantee he's got a better arm than a lot of the guys in the league we've seen.
Yeah.
Still at this age. I don't know if he can hit, what it looks like, but just cool to see him with the fans out here. J.P. Crawford's up at the plate. Maybe he can pull one to Ichiro, see a throw from him. But just a cool thing to see the Hall of Famer, the Mariner Hall of Famer, the Baseball Hall of Famer out there in right field in his 50s playing in this scrimmage is very, very cool. But the crowd is in midseason form chanting JP's name. They're chanting MVP for Cal. And JP just struck out by Emerson Hancock. So they'll keep this thing going. But, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Again, tomorrow's scrimmage is sold out. That one starts later in the afternoon tomorrow. So we'll see if we're going to be out here or not. But really cool to see this team doing what they're doing. And hopefully this is the cure for any potential rust, anything that anybody would fear going into, you know, after having a week off, because Guardians and Tigers are playing real baseball with everything on the line right now. And hopefully this is going to be enough to keep the Mariners sharp and get them ready for who they're going to face this weekend.
They're going to be fired up, no question about it. Even if they hadn't decided to do this, I just think this team is just so excited. And you just remember the disappointment last year, especially from Cal. By the way, thankfully we've got an update from Jeff in San Diego. He said he's going to be able to stay for 2 of the games, and he's going to the Seahawks game.
Oh, good.
So, yeah.
Good. Did you find out where he was sitting so as you know what section to avoid?
I'm going to buy the entire section of beer.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know who Jeff is. I want him to be.
It's better when he's a mystery, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like on Frasier, they never show Maris, Niles' wife.
Right.
It's just they describe her, and I think that's kind of the way we want to keep it with Jeff from San Diego.
All right, you guys can text in at 866-979-3776. Right now, let's take 2.
First official Seahawks injury report of the week will be out in a little bit, but Mike McDonald earlier today said DeMarcus Lawrence is day-to-day with a thigh injury. They're not sure yet if he can play on Sunday.
That's one guy I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, but I haven't really seen him shine, or you haven't really seen what the value is that he brings other than his leadership. And you hear all the time about in that room with the linebackers, and they put Derek Hall next to him just so DeMarcus Lawrence kind of calms him down a little bit and tells him what to say and what not to say, because he can be somewhat outspoken at times. But no, I'm on the field, haven't really seen a whole lot from him, and I think that there's good things to come, and there was a lot of talk about him, but I'm kind of, I'll put it this way, I'm excited to see him get going, because I don't think he's really done that much so far.
Yeah, it feels like he's the Seahawks version of Justin Turner from last year, where he's just that sage, wise veteran that has maybe even a bigger impact in the clubhouse or the locker room in this case than he may have on the field. We'll see, but I'm with you. I've not heard his name called, hadn't seen much from him to this point in the season, but it feels like his value, at least to this point, is very much more in that locker room.
Final injury report for the Niners is out before their Thursday night game against the Rams tomorrow. No Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, or Jawan Jennings. So all these offensive weapons out tomorrow for the Niners against the Rams.
Boy,
and they lost Bosa.
The Seahawks broke Purdy.
Man,
he got hurt against the Seahawks. He hasn't been the same since.
Yeah. Well, coming out of that game, there was a number of guys. So yeah, and without Bosa now, those are big time. Pearsall, really good, and Jawan Jennings as well as far as depth goes. But they got, is it Mac Jones playing quarterback now?
Yes.
I mean, that's a pretty big drop off from Brock Purdy. So again, we don't, and it's true. I joke about it. You don't want players getting injured. I mean, I like watching Bosa. I don't like watching him rush, the passer against the Seahawks, because he kind of won the game for him. I mean, I think Darnold was probably going to throw a touchdown on that play, and but you're without him, and it's not looking good.
Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Coming up, we'll talk a little Huskies and some Mariners with Big Ten Network's Alyssa Charlston. She's going to join us here in the booth. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour Apple 5-Hour Energy Shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keeps your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at sour apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Where you hear Cal's quest for the MVP.
Goodbye, baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net. Get end-of-season savings of 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump while supplies last at Day and Night.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Save 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Call for details.
DayandNight.net. Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Washington Wednesdays is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Washington Wednesdays, presented by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
It is Washington Wednesday here with Wyman and Bob, live from T-Mobile Park, Seattle Sports on 710. We get a chance to speak to one of our favorites out there. You see her on the Big Ten Network and Fox 13 doing a great job covering the Huskies, and she's here to talk a little Huskies, maybe a little Mariners as well. Alyssa Charlston is with us. How are you?
I'm great. No better day to be at the ballpark, right?
How cool is this to see this going on? And you know, I mean, it's 5,000 fans and seeing home and away and seeing Ichiro in right field. I mean, just everything about it is for me, really cool. But for you, what's your impression of this?
It's such a cool idea, first of all. I mean, the rust can be such a real thing. I think we saw that a little bit with the Astros in 2022 when the Mariners went to Houston after they had kind of sat out for a while and jumped all over them. So this atmosphere, you got to love. I mean, everyone's kind of compact. We're really smart about it. And you know, spoiler alerts, Cal Raleigh just doesn't know how not to hit home runs.
Yeah. Josh Naylor just was sort of attempting to steal. He was kind of jogging from first to second. And
it's rare that he gets out.
Yeah,
stolen base
he got caught in a run down there. So
yeah, it was such a cool atmosphere, though. I love this.
Hey, they were showing, I watched the game on Saturday, and they were just showing, like, mostly the atmosphere there and how beautiful Seattle is and, like, Washington and all that. But as far as, like, the health of Husky football, still pretty rampant, right? I mean, you've got, because there's lots to cheer for these days here in town, but they seem as strong as ever.
Yeah, I mean, the team, I don't think the second half is probably something they'd love to have back against Ohio State, but fan-wise, they showed up, they were super loud. Students were there way early against Ohio State. The one thing was there was quite a bit of red in there. I'm not going to lie. I think
that one section over there, that was kind of disturbing.
There's some frustration over that, I think, for sure. But, I mean, in terms of where Jetfish has the program going, it feels pretty good. Ohio State's the #1 team in the nation for a reason. And we were expecting Washington to get tested soon, but to have your first real test of the season, and no offense to the Cougs, but the Cougs were just on a different level. They've got a brand new head coach. That's not the ramp up they needed.
You mean a lower level?
Well, it's a different level right now in terms of just NIL resources and everything. But to have that as your ramp up for Ohio State is kind of tough. And I think you probably you would see it. The difference of the O-line and D-line in the trenches between Ohio State and Washington is still pretty big right now. And Washington's run game was thwarted. I mean, Damon Williams was limited to negative 28 yards rushing. Not ideal when that's supposed to be a strength. But overall, I do really think that Jetfish has the program going in the right direction. It's just, it's hard when you host the #1 team in the nation and the defending champs.
I kind of felt like the Huskies actually played okay. They just Ohio State is phenomenal. I mean, their play calling, some of the plays that they were calling, the screen that they scored a touchdown on. I mean, it was just like perfectly executed. So
agreed. Yeah. And the goal line stops that they had against Washington. I mean, Washington got down to like the 5-yard line and closer more than once. Yeah. And another time they tried to be overly aggressive and go for a touchdown on a field goal attempt. So you leave points on the board. Just some mistakes where you're trying to be aggressive, kind of like what Dan Lanning was doing with Oregon when he came here against Washington and Kalen DeBoer. Trying to do too much, maybe, when you should just take points. But to your point, Ryan Day is pretty dang smart. He's an offensive guy, but they've got the #1 scoring defense in the country.
Ultimately, did you feel like the gap between the two was bigger or smaller than you thought going in, just in terms of?
I thought it was smaller going in, and it turned out to be a little bit bigger than I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Washington will have more room to grow. Like, they truly just hadn't been tested yet.
Yeah.
Like, that film, being able to watch that film against Ohio State is going to do way more for them than the previous 3 games playing in the game. Honestly, the film alone from that game, I think, will help them so much more. But it felt like a wider chasm.
It felt like they got handled.
Yeah.
What do you know about the Maryland Terrapins? Am I saying that right?
Yes.
All I know, honestly, is they've got a 6'5", 230-pound quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think Ryan Walters, the DC, compared him to Cam Newton, which is never a great thing, especially when you have to travel on the road. But Fish talked about traveling earlier this year, so every single away game they're going to be leaving Thursday. So they'd be leaving tomorrow, East Coast time, get ready, 3 hours ahead and get a little bit more settled. But I think it'd be a good, they showed up on the road last year, the Dogs did, against Rutgers, barely lost, basically to field goal problems for the Huskies. So I don't know a ton about Maryland, but
just such an odd matchup.
I know. Your traditional Washington Huskies, Maryland Terrapins.
Classic Big Ten stuff.
We got to find a way to hate Maryland. How do we do that?
Right. I can't even develop the anger.
Yeah.
What is a terrapin again? Is that a turtle?
It's a turtle.
Kind of
turtle.
Oh, I thought it was a lizard.
It's a water creature. Whoa.
It's a lizard with a shell, Dave.
Maybe at one point in evolution.
So what do you get a sense of this team yet? Do you have a feeling about, okay, they're really proficient at this, here's where they kind of struggle, or do you feel like it's going to be a couple more games before you really get a sense what this team is truly about in terms of their identity?
Yeah, it's a great question because I think the answer is they need a few more games because you go from, Colorado State lost to Washington State. That was their first game of the season, and they ended up pulling away in the second half, but they really needed a good second half to pull away from the Rams. UC Davis, that's an FCS team, didn't do anything that we didn't expect against that team, beat them 70-10. Washington State handled them. So it's such a completely different skill level from those three teams to Ohio State. We need to see them face a few teams in the middle, like Maryland, honestly, to see where because I think they could be a top 6-7 team in the Big Ten, maybe even top 5. But it kind of depends on how well their run game develops. Because you saw Jonah Coleman didn't have quite the game we're used to seeing him have. And then Damon Williams was completely – I think some teams are going to try to do exactly what Ohio State did defensively to Damon Williams. If you can limit him to negative rushing yards, he's supposed to be a dual threat guy. So I think we're going to see other teams try to do what they did to the Dogs.
Alyssa, we were trying to describe or sort of encapsulate what Seattle fans are all about, and I think there's some defiance there a little bit. It seems like, but what are you seeing out of this Mariner crowd? It's amazing how many times I hear we hear about the not only the players but the coaches, Jerry DiPoto, and everybody just crediting the crowd and the amount of adrenaline they bring for the Mariners.
I think it's that. It's. Nobody has underdog better than Seattle because we're so not used to the postseason. Right. I think that takes away maybe a little bit from the feistiness of the fan base that it could be. Like you see so much feistiness when it comes to East Coast teams and Yankees fans that are so used to postseason runs. But I think there's just like a nostalgic passion that dates back to mostly to the 90s for most of us and the success they had. And there's just like, I don't know, there's nothing like it. I can't stop thinking about the one playoff game they had here in 2022 where there was like smoke in the air because of the late summer fires and Kirby on the mound. This place just felt so different in the postseason.
By the way, did you just see Ichiro? Garver lined out to Ichiro in right field, and Ichiro fires a missile back into the infield, and the crowd starts cheering. He did the no-fly zone symbol to the crowd there. That was very cool.
Was it a laser beam?
He's still got a cannon.
He's still got it.
He's got a better arm right now than a lot of right fielders in this game.
So true.
It's
so true.
Yeah, it was cool to have the fans see that and him do that.
Look at him running, man. Yeah. He's what, 51?
51. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about how I think he just a little bit of him thinks that maybe if I play really well, I'll make it into the lineup this weekend.
Dave thinks
Bob's shaking his head.
I can relate to it, man.
Yeah. There's a chance if I show up just enough.
Yeah. Like when I was 39, like 7 or 8 years out of the league, I actually had somebody talk to Holmgren about bringing me back. And he said, and he relayed the message, and then he came back and said, I'd love to have Dave if he wasn't so damn old.
Just a minor thing to work around.
Yeah. Little ego check there.
I wasn't 51.
Yeah.
Look at
he's probably moving better at 51 than you were at 39. Look, probably craziness.
I think so.
Craziness. Alyssa, always fun to talk to you. We appreciate you coming by.
Thanks for having me on. This is fun.
There you go, Alyssa Charlston. You can see her on the Big Ten networks here on Fox 13. Does such a great job with all of it. Meanwhile, great news around baseball today for your Seattle Mariners. We'll get into that coming up next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, It's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought? Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle. What are you doing? Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Home of your American League West Division champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into Cairo Radio 97.3 FM or Seattle Red for Home Matters featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart. This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park, where the Mariners are in the midst of their first of 2 scrimmages. You got fans in the stands. The roof has now been opened, Dave. A nice sunny day out here. Seeing Mariners go up against each other, inter-squad game with Matt Brash on the hill facing Cal Raleigh right now. Cal Raleigh already with a home run on the day. That's number 61, by the way. It counts.
That's right.
We're going to go ahead and just put that into his total.
Well, and you're hearing the MVP chants faithfully every single time he comes to the plate. So.
Yeah, and they truly are treating this like a game day. I mean, they got the music playing over the PA. They had the salmon run out there in the outfield with home runs. These guys are coming back, doing the trident, raising the trident to the fans. It's recreating the game day experience here with all of the bells and whistles and the fans out here having a good time. So very cool and getting the team prepped and ready for what's to come starting Saturday here at T-Mobile Park against either the Tigers or the Guardians, who, in case you missed it, Guardians won today and tied that series up. So this is a very cool thing happening out here, and they'll do it again tomorrow, which we've been told is sold out for tomorrow. So, unfortunately, if you didn't get in today, you're probably not going to be able to get in. But, yeah, this will be cool. Cal popped up to shallow left field there, so he's overhyped totally. he's cooked.
Yeah,
he's cooked. Meanwhile, we talked about it there just a moment ago. Guardians even the series today, beat the Tigers 6-1, and then I'm still on board saying I lean toward the Tigers just in terms of I feel better against them. Look, both those teams can beat you. You can beat both those teams. You were 4-2 against both of those teams in the regular season. So my hope right now is just that Game 3 is a long, grueling, extra inning, grinded out affair where they just each burn through the arms in the bullpen. Everybody throws a ton of pitches.
Yeah,
and they have to, whoever wins just has to grind it out. That's what I want.
Well, and I wasn't entirely convinced that, I would rather face Detroit. But after that game, they only struck out, Cleveland hitters only struck out 3 times. Detroit, man, they struck out 11 times. And the 6-1 just kind of reminds you of the peskiness that we want to avoid. With the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, it's again, everybody who talks about their rosters and comparing them, they're right. The Tigers have a better roster. Yeah. If you're just looking at it on paper, they've got a more formidable lineup. But it's just maybe it's just the memories of the past with Quan and Ramirez that have got me feeling that way. But either way, this team is I think easily prepared to deal with whoever they face here. Julio Rodriguez is up at the plate, and he was talking to the ump, trying to get him to call a ball for Matt Brash taking too much time on the hill. He was pointing at his wrist, pointing to Brash like, hey, should be a ball. He's taking too long out there. But, yeah, interesting to see these guys have a little fun. Robles, when he came up in the first inning, Emerson Hancock threw one up and in on him, and Robles pointed out at him like, hey, watch it, like joking around.
Rush the mound.
Yeah.
And you saw Brash just try it with a pickoff move at second base. So I mean, yeah, if you don't think that they're going full speed and they're all in on this, you're wrong, man.
Yeah,
they're working on all kinds of things. It's pretty intense.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Padres still maintaining that 3-0 lead on the Cubs in Chicago. Cubs took game 1. This one in the 9th inning now with the Padres up at the plate. So we'll see if the Cubs can get anything done in the bottom of the 9th. But right now it looks like they're on their way to potentially evening that series at 1 game apiece. And the Yankees did something that I think Mariner fans feel like only happens to them. I don't know if you watched the game last night, but the Yankees loaded the bases with nobody out in the 9th inning, and they couldn't score a run, and they lost 3-1 to the Red Sox. That feels like only the Mariners do that, right? Doesn't that feel like that's exclusive to the Mariners? But there you go, the Bronx Bombers, the team that's been in it every freaking year, it feels like, and they spend all the money in the world, and there they are in the bottom of the 9th at home on their home field with the bases loaded and nobody out, and they couldn't push across a single run.
Yeah, brutal. I don't know in that series either, like, who do I want to advance? You know, I feel like the Red Sox kind of are that pesky team as well. So, by the way, they just turned a beautiful double play, and JP is just a magician. The arm angle that he threw just now, I mean, he was off balance, and I remember the one where he kind of did the worm almost to get his body up off the ground, fires one to first, but just a beautiful double play turn there by Crawford.
Yeah, he's gonna need that infield defense to clean up a bit. If I had any complaints about them defensively, we saw a few guys boot balls and some rough throws out there. So that's take advantage of what you can control, and you can certainly control that. Back to the Yankees for a moment. I was sent this morning. According to OptaStats, I'm not familiar with them, but New York Yankees became the first playoff team to have the bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, but not score a run and lose the game. The first team to do that. Wow, it's amazing. So we'll see how they bounce back. It's a bit of a gut punch, man. That's got to be discouraging on your home field to have that happen. And we know Yankee fans are not the most patient group out there, so I'm sure they'll be calling for the heads of everybody that they feel failed them in this game last night. Probably starting with Aaron Boone.
Well, were there boos?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You could hear. I don't know what it was like in person there, but you could hear a few certainly on the broadcast, and I get it. Meanwhile, Andres Munoz coming into the game, right? They didn't do the flames or anything, but they did. They do have his music playing. He comes jogging in from the bullpen. So it went Emerson Hancock, Gabe Spire, now Munoz, and then Troy Taylor is going to pitch for the home team. And then Bazardo, Vargas, Brash, and then Colin Snyder will wrap things up for the away pitching team here.
Yeah, how do you feel about this bullpen? I feel really good. I feel really good about it, especially I think Brash is going to have some magic. He is can just entirely confuse batters, but there's also times where he can just kind of go cold. But I just love that you have Matt Brash and Andres Munoz there. I just think those two are a couple of the more dynamic closers in the playoffs.
Well, they are, but they, to be honest, they've had a little traffic, little issue. We saw, Brash have that blow up that kept this team from achieving that 18-game winning streak, which is what it would have been. They had the lead, and they both showed a few vulnerabilities down the stretch, and you'd like to see some more clean innings, especially from Munoz. The last game, the Dodgers game on Saturday night, he wasn't good. So hopefully, some rest will help him. I'd just like to see him get through innings clean without the traffic. He's had that knack for either walking a guy, giving up base hits, but working his way out of it. And I think so far what we've seen with the one exception being the Dodgers-Reds game, and then I guess today's game with Cleveland, they put up 6. These have been pitchers' duels. So every run is absolutely crucial. Every hit, every walk is absolutely punitive if you're putting guys on base. So I mean that's huge. You got to have as clean an inning as you can possibly have, because these runs are just too valuable in this situation. Yeah, I mean it's just you're looking at you're facing the elite of the elite. You're facing the top of everybody's rotation. You're getting the best arms coming out of the bullpen. So runs are, at least to this point, outside of 2 games, are just not there to be had. So don't give them any slack. Don't give them any extra leeway, is what I'm hoping for with Brash and Munoz. All right, coming up, our Mariners insider Shannon Drayer will join us to talk about everything that's happening today. Set the scene for this weekend as we continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop, and boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about 1 pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. Salt, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners continue their preparation for this weekend's matchup in the division series against either the Detroit Tigers or the Cleveland Guardians, who today took out the Tigers to even that series at 1 game apiece. So there'll be a game 3 before one of those two teams heads to Seattle on Saturday. Meanwhile, other games going on right now. They're in the bottom of the 9th in Chicago. Cubs trailing the Padres 3-0. Cubs took game 1 in that series. Padres looking to even things up if they can close this one out. Meanwhile, we told you about the final. Guardians beating the Tigers 6-1. Still to come, Yankees, who dropped game 1, had the bases loaded in the 9th inning, unable to push across a single run. They lose to the Red Sox in game 1. Game 2 coming your way in a matter of moments. And then game 2 between the Dodgers and the Reds. Dodgers take a 1-0 lead in that series. Looking to build that up tonight again in LA for game 2. One note from the NFL, 49ers are going to be very shorthanded when they take on the Rams this Thursday night. They ruled out quarterback Brock Purdy, receivers Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, as well as Jordan Watkins. So those are in addition to a list of players already missing that includes tight end George Kittle and wideout Brandon Ayuk.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We are up in the broadcast booth and now being joined by our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, who is here with us. Shannon, good to have you here on a very cool day.
Yeah, this is kind of neat what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, they're doing they're singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Everything is as normal as possible. They had the salmon run. They're celebrating with the trident. So Mariners doing everything they can to make this like a real game.
With all sorts of twists, because it's actually the 4th inning right now, and Victor Robles won the salmon run.
Yeah. Yeah, those are different. Those parts are different. And we saw Cal Raleigh go deep. We saw Chino Suarez go deep. This is something I'm sure you'd probably heard of it. I hadn't really heard of scrimmages or inter-squad games going on with teams on break. Found out that the Braves did it back in, 21? I guess Seitzer maybe brought this up with them, but I hadn't really heard of teams doing this.
Well, apparently the Braves have done it for a while. The Phillies have done it for a little while as well. Now, what's different about it is they've invited the fans. So when you have that long layoff, of course there are going to be, sim games. There might be intra-squad games and the like. But this, they're trying to go all out with all the scoreboard stuff, the noise. I think they might have actually been piping in a little noise. It sounded like that. Fans are all behind home plate in the lower bowl. It's a real good representation there. They limited the ticket sales, and from what I understand, I believe they're sold out tomorrow and may have sold out or came very close to it today. So it's a neat thing for the fans, but it also, in theory, is going to help out the club to have what is just a normal-ish game, and everything that they did leading up to this was like a game day. So like a postseason game day. So they did the interview room for the manager where they normally would do it out in the dugout regular season. They brought a player into the interview room before the game, which also you wouldn't do during the regular season, and then had one of their regular just warm-ups and lead-ups to the game. So they're trying to keep them in that rhythm, I think.
I love that you just threw in there. Oh, and by the way, the salmon run was won by Robles. But yeah, it's very cool. It just Dan. I mean, I feel like that kind of comes from him, but also just the little twist of putting Ichiro in right field. How much do you think that means to this team? And just having him. I was kind of joking around saying that maybe there's just a little bit of him that thinks if he plays really well, he could possibly get into the lineup. But yeah, I mean that I thought also was a really cool twist.
A really cool twist, and it's that's what he works on when he comes to he works on staying in shape and showing that it can be done. But what he mostly does is he's not here taking batting practice during the season. He's out there working on the fielding things and being available to players that are out there. So it made sense. Hey, and I believe he did that during the pandemic too, when they had the alt site or when they had to have scrimmages here, those kinds of games. I think he got out there a little bit for that as well. But and what you said before, Dave, actually, he did say, I spoke to him before the Hall of Fame announcement or before he was inducted, before he went to Cooperstown, and I was really intrigued by what he did. I think it was 2018 when they took him out of he started the season and he played about 40 games, and then they took him out of the player role and put him into mentor type role, front office assistant and whatnot. And yet back then he would still come to the park every day and do everything he would do, including batting practice, as if he was playing the game, but then didn't get to play the game. And I was really intrigued about that period to come to, we're talking 4 months. He came and did everything and was not allowed to play. And what was that like? Because he spoke about it in January when they announced that he was going in and pointed it to as one of the defining things of his career, and seemed to be saying it in a good year, but it was in a good sense, but it was more something that he knew he endured. He didn't think anybody else could do that. And then he said when it was all said and done, because he did that and gave himself the opportunity to play those 2 games in Japan, he's never looked back. He has never wished that he were still playing. And that if he hadn't done that, he thought he would have kept trying, it would not have been good. But he stays active. I mean, he did his annual go over and pitch in the high school tournament, the girls' tournament. He does that every year in Japan, and I think he struck out every batter at some point.
Didn't he plunk somebody?
He hit the first batter, if I remember. I think there's some stories of that's coming out, but he does it every year. He loves pitching, so stays involved, and this is a great excuse to put him out in the field.
Well, I marvel at watching him the times we've been here throughout the season, watching him warm up in the outfield, and he'll do it from a pitcher's windup. Whoever he's playing catch with, he'll do it from a windup, throw it. I don't know how many feet it is from basically center field to the foul line there, and then the guy he's playing catch with gets a running start, skip, throws the ball back to him, runs all the way back to where he was, and Julio's doing it in a pitcher's windup. I mean, he still has a tremendous arm at this age, and we just saw it earlier when he caught the line drive, threw the ball back in, and then gave the no-fly zone signal to the crowd.
Was awesome.
Yeah, but I just marvel at how well he still throws the ball.
No, he's always had that arm, and he still has got an arm and can track it down and run like nobody else, which is just so fun to see. But there was one that came to him on the ground in right field. Runner on second or third, somebody was scoring, and he didn't force it. I think everybody was sitting here going, laser beam.
Star Wars.
He didn't. He's not going to go out there and try to do too much or showboat at all.
It's like Cal just hit one to the track there. Pretty awesome. The job that you did this year was really cool with Cal. I mean, we always we kind of joke about Cal, how he's a man of few words. Remember the very first interview we did with him, Bob? I think it was from the dugout, and I think he had like 3 or 4 word answers. And now,
if that,
fast forward now, and you did a great job with. Well, of course, some of the Dave from East Lake questions
from East Lake helped greatly.
Weren't very good, but no, that was tough. What did you learn about him? I mean, getting to talk to him every week. I thought he did a really good job handling it, and he didn't really change. It didn't really break character, and just at the end of that, what kind of stood out to you about Cal?
Well, you got a real sense of his schedule, because it was sometimes very tough to schedule, and then there were other times when there was a lot of time and we'd just talk extra, which was pretty cool. But you saw him in just about every particular state he could be. A little bit curious about it at the start, and Cal is somebody who's pretty much up for anything most of the time. It's like, okay, let's do it. When you say something to him, that's usually his response. And he's really not afraid to say anything either. He's very, forthright with everything. He's got a good sense of humor. It was a lot of fun. Now Victor Robles is flashing the no-fly zone as well.
Yeah, he just caught a line drive from Julio. Julio hit that out there, and then he flashed the no-fly zone to him.
But, he kind of likes the simplicity of baseball when baseball is simple. I think when they were playing in Sacramento, that's like some of the most relaxed he's been is out in that bullpen. That was probably a quarter of the size of these bullpens. And, just he likes it when you're playing in a place that doesn't have that upper deck. And it kind of goes back to his fundamental baseball. And there were times when the team was struggling, he'd be a little grumpy, which I understand. And then there were other times, which was pretty cool, particularly in his last interview, the last show, when he knew it was time to talk about things a little bit, and he admitted he did have a favorite home run, and 60 hit him different than any other home run, and talked really earnestly about where they were, what they needed to do, his belief that this layoff was a good thing, and it wasn't going to hurt them. He's out there right now having some words. It looks like Troy Taylor coming in. We haven't seen him in a while. So just seeing just kind of every facet of who he is out there, and he likes to have fun sometimes too. He can be very funny, but just a great experience and tough. 26 times and once a week, and coming up with questions and coming up with things that he might be interested in. Sometimes it was a little flat, and other times it was he was really up for it. Loves listener questions, loves walking around a ballpark. That one of the funniest things was one of the almost last ones is we're walking out to the bullpen, because I thought it'd be fun to walk out there and surprise him when he always wanted an interview. So we put Spire out there. He couldn't find the door. He didn't know how to get into the bullpen. I'm like, you go out there literally every home game. He's like, it's always open for me. He didn't know where the door was, which I thought was awesome. And then, of course, his locker was the best when he talked about the 5 items that were taken out of he really, I think, was good. Father's Day, talking about his dad quite a bit and his upbringing in the game. I thought he was really good sharing about himself and what's important to him. I thought he gave a very nice look at that.
Yeah. How much do you think the MVP means to him? He does a great job of downplaying it when asked about it, and it almost feels like it certainly means more to the fan base than it does to him. But I feel like I think it's more important than he lets on. Do you get a sense of that with him?
I mean, the most important thing, there's no question, is the World Series.
Right,
he would trade everything for the World Series.
Yeah, he's made that clear. But
I don't doubt that for a minute. I think the MVP would be a great honor, and I think that when you get this far in it, the chances of it coming around again are really, really tough. It's a hard thing to do. So I think, yes, I think it would be huge for him. How much would he want it? I don't think I can even answer that. I do think that the individual accomplishments are not the big thing to him. But he has admitted that at times he has to put aside it's hard to put aside the home run numbers and the chase and whatnot. That did get into his mind, and he had to work to remember that it was about the team, and it's not that he was trying to be selfish, but you get caught up in it, and realize that this is what he can do for the team. It's not always hit the ball out of the ballpark.
I thought one of the things that stood out to me, I think he used the word graceful. I'm trying to be graceful about all of the extra media attention. And I, for whatever reason, I remember that word, and I thought, I bet you that came from his mom. But just because that's something my mom would say. But he did the Pat McAfee show.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I've told you this, Shannon, but McAfee asked him what dictates whether you go righty or lefty. And he actually said, well, there's this. He let him off the hook pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's a pretty obvious answer, right?
Yeah.
But he did it so gracefully, he's like, well, sometimes this looks, and then the third answer was, but typically if it's a right-hand pitcher, I'm hitting lefty. So I thought that was something that really stood out to me because, he, like I said, he bailed him out.
By the way, Canzone just got plunked by Troy Taylor.
And he came straight out. He's going into the dugout, or he's going into the clubhouse, it looks like right now. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah. That's not good. That's not good.
I just saw very concerned look on Shannon's face. It's like, what happened? Yikes.
We're going to have to find out about that. I mean, there was no reason for him to go to first, but he didn't swing on that, did he?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Looked like it hit him up around the shoulder.
Distracted by your show.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, we got in the way.
Looked like it, yeah. And then we don't have the replay right now. Looked like he was, I mean, he did get hit in the back of the shoulder, but he was kind of grabbing his arm a little. We'll have to find out more afterwards. You know what, Dave? The good ones, well, they're all good ones. It's never good to call anybody out on that. Yeah. It's kind of almost a bad look, and we kind of do that sometimes too in our business. Sure. If the guy next to you says something completely wrong, you don't, oh, you're wrong. You got to talk around it sometimes. But it is.
I do it every day with Dave.
I'm used to it. That's fine. You can talk around me. No, but I just thought
it is very graceful, and he was, there were times like I got a date wrong, and he answered the question with the right date and then looked me in the eye and nodded as he said that. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks, because you also want to know, right. So that's fine.
Right.
But yeah, he's out there. He's always been good with the media, and this year it has been just exponential to what it was before, which makes it a little bit tougher because it used to be a lot easier to go up to his locker and just chat with him, and now he's not there very much, and probably a lot of it is because of all the demands that are put on him.
What's your feeling about this rotation heading into the weekend? We're still waiting for official word on Woo, but it feels like we probably wouldn't see him until Game 3, potentially.
4 or 5. I don't think it would be 3. He has not thrown from the mound yet, and so he's going to throw from the mound on Thursday in the bullpen, but I don't think that's going to be a full-on bullpen.
Yeah,
so that's going to push him
a couple times.
Push him further. So
do you think it's Logan Castillo? Is it Logan Kirby? Kirby Logan, Castillo Kirby? I don't know. What's the combination? Because both those guys, their splits are extreme between road and home. So I'd love to see them both here at home. And Woo is their best pitcher across the board, but their best road pitcher as well. So depending on when he's ready, how do you see it playing out?
Yeah, and Castillo has been good in the month of September, very good. So I'm more concerned about where they were at the end of the year and the experience that they have. And Castillo obviously has experience and was very good in September. You know what? You could do it either way because you have George, who was, I trust him anywhere right now. So I don't know what the order would be. I think I would prefer to see if Woo is out, which he is. It's tough. I mean, do you go 1, 2, 3 and throw the 3 that you feel the best about, or do you play the home road splits and give yourself a little bit of leeway where, we can come back with Woo in 5, or we can come back with Woo in 4, along those lines, or we could, we could start George on the road because you feel better about him on the road than Castillo and Logan. So, I don't know. It's tough. It's going to all be managed differently. So if you do feel not great about somebody, they're not going to be in there that long.
Right. There'll be a quicker, shorter leash.
Logan, the plus that you have with him is the strikeout ability. And is it going to be 7 innings of strikeouts from him? Probably not. So, do you go with him for 5 innings in Game 1 and set up with your pen, or get a drop out there? Definitely have some sunshine. That was Julio. Was that Julio? Yeah.
Yep.
Julio.
Well, I missed it. I was looking at you.
So I don't know. I think there are so many different ways, and obviously matchups are going to come into it as well. But I think the one thing, even if Woo wasn't questionable right now, and they seem fairly confident he can or will pitch in the series, but it's obviously going to have to be later. I think they feel very good about Castillo, and there's a lot of trust with him, too, particularly in this situation. So I think there were some that were thinking that perhaps he wouldn't factor into the division series. I think he will.
Yeah, with Castillo, were you confident that he was going to – he was kind of spiraling there for a while, and then, he came back. Was that – were you ever thinking, okay, maybe this is just like the end, or were you – thinking, no, this is just something that he has to go through?
So it was 4 games.
Yeah.
I think we took him a little bit harder than 4 games.
Yeah.
And he did have some ups and downs earlier in the season, too. But he was he was in a good spot, and he was very consistent for a long time, like 3 runs.
Yeah.
Tops. And then he had 4 games that were pretty disastrous. But
we panicked. Right?
There's a lot of panicking that goes on in a baseball season from those that don't have numbers on their backs or reside in this building. It's part of it. Did I? I think I was a little more annoyed about it, but when you talk to him, my first question is there an injury? Because he just didn't look right. And what he didn't look right in was he didn't look, there was nobody who was there was no starting pitcher who was looser than him out on the mound. And there were times when all of a sudden he looked worried out there, and that's not something I'm accustomed to seeing from him. And that's when I started to wonder, along with the velocity starting to drop, along with stuff not looking as sharp, that's when I started to wonder, is he healthy? Is something not right here? And I did. I did think that he was off, but that very well could have been mechanics. That could have also, and in the end, he said it kind of was. He wasn't finishing pitches. He wasn't on top of the baseball as much as he thought he should be. And when he figured it out, he got it back quickly, it appeared. So I feel pretty good about him, knock on wood. And probably, I wouldn't say I panicked, but I was concerned a little bit.
Who is the better matchup, Cleveland or Detroit?
They're different. They are very, very different. Detroit is like Scooble and the rest, and you could see Scooble twice in a 5-game series. And Cleveland is a little bit more complete, and they're athletic. They can score runs, and they have a pretty nasty bullpen. And they showed some pitching when the Mariners were there earlier in September. So they both make me a little bit nervous. But with Detroit, it's more one player, and with Cleveland, it's more the team.
Yeah, it feels like, by everybody's estimation, looking at the roster on paper, that Detroit's more talented. They got a deeper lineup, the potential to do more. But there are more lefties with Cleveland, and we keep bringing this up. Quan is Altuve to me. He's Cole Calhoun. He's that guy that no matter how he's playing everywhere else, he seems to come up with that moment against the Mariners that makes me nervous.
He does.
And Jose Ramirez.
Got one of the best in the game, and Ramirez.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of left-right and a lot of, again, that bullpen. So I think they're built pretty well for the postseason, and they haven't had the struggle. Oh boy.
Sun is tough out there today.
Yeah.
Got it. They didn't have the big slide. I know it's supposed to be clean slate when the postseason starts, but are the Tigers questioning themselves a little bit? They had an historic slide to the finish, and then won one game, felt good, lost one, won one, and now they lost another. So I'm not sure where they're at right now. On paper, I think the Mariners should have the advantage over both of them, but I guess it is that time of year where you do get nervous about this or that.
Yeah.
I think that as I said, I think they both have their pluses. They both have their minuses. And so far, so good with our plan of just wearing them both out. Both bullpens got used today, and they got to play a game 3. They're not going to have the extra rest, so that's a good thing.
Let's get extra innings. Extra innings in that one. And they were 4-2 against both of them. So they won the season series against both teams. We'll see who comes out of it and how fresh they are. Shannon, we appreciate it as always.
You got it,
Thanks,
guys.
Shannon.
Now, is your show real? I know this isn't a real game, so are people actually listening
It's more
right
of an
now?
intra-squad show.
It's an intra-squad show.
Yeah, Dave's going to produce starting in the next segment. He'll be producing.
We play for both sides. Yeah.
I'm gonna drive back to the building and run the board. Matt's going to host. It's going to be pretty cool.
Matt has been looking forward to this day forever.
He's got a lot of sports takes. He has not been able to unleash.
Who do you think would be worst on the board?
You.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and raise my hand.
There is no board. You'd break it.
Yeah. It broke. I looked at it, and the knobs fell off.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. Thank you, Shannon. Our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, here in the booth with us as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. Coming up, we got more quarterback shakeups going on around the NFL. We'll get into that next here with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Mariners pennant push. Seattle Sports on 710.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You guys have heard Dave and I talking about our aches and pains we've accumulated over the years. A lot of you have texted in talking about things you're going through. And when we talk about Dr. Mark Wagner and that stem cell procedure, you've often asked, well, will it fix this? Will it help this? It's worth checking into if you're somebody that's looking at surgery, because that's what I was looking at. After 14 years of jiu-jitsu, my hip was a real problem to the point I couldn't get comfortable just laying on a couch, couldn't walk long distances without pain. So I thought, let me check this out. I'd heard the testimonials, heard Dave talk about it, and I couldn't be happier that I did it. I can't recommend him higher. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Now, Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So if you're somebody with osteoarthritis, bone on bone, you're going to get back to doing what you enjoy doing, and more importantly, doing it without pain and without surgery. So whether it's a hip like I had, a knee, a shoulder, elbow, ankle, whatever it is you're dealing with, before you opt for surgery, do what I did. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Your home for baseball's postseason and your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency durability and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. They have wrapped up the scrimmage for the day. So pretty cool to see the fans out here cheering on the team as they get some work in. Tomorrow's scrimmage is sold out, so that'll be fun to see what's going on out there. But just a cool event for the fans, very casual. Obviously, they're not playing by the same rules that they do, you know, getting out of these innings fairly early. The only real big note out of this one is I hope Dom Canzone is all right. He got plunked by Troy Taylor. Looked like shoulder back. We don't have the luxury of a replay because the teams aren't broadcasting these, so it was hard to tell exactly where he got hit. But he kind of rolled with it, turned his back, and then made a beeline for the clubhouse there. So maybe it's just precautionary, like, all right, let's just go take a look, make sure everything's okay. But I think, you know, we talked yesterday, Dave, about the idea that, you know, about the X factors out there, not the obvious, not Cal, not Julio, not
someone under the radar.
Yeah. And he was my second. I had Polanco, and then Canzone was my other guy. So in order for me to be right, he's got to be healthy, which is absolutely crucial.
That is crucial that you're right. There's no question about it.
But hopefully, in all seriousness, hopefully it was nothing big.
You know, it was really cool. After they were done and everybody was leaving, Kevin Seitzer was over here and he took his hat off and it was genuine. Like, he was fired up and he started like whipping his hat and, you know, trying to get the crowd going, and they all responded to him, and he at least he's fired up anyway.
Yeah.
The hitting coach. So, that was cool. That was definitely worth doing. And I love that they just, the sort of theater of, you know, having the fans here, you know, having the starting lineups, you know, the whole thing, everything was exactly what they would do on game day. So if you're going to do it, might as well do it the whole way, right?
Yeah.
All in.
I mean, they had the music going. They had the salmon run. I mean, they treated everything like a regular game, except that we saw Ichiro out in right field, which was awesome.
Yeah.
For me, I love it. I know you think it's kind of weird that he's still in a uniform and he's out here doing what he does every day. I just love that he loves the game that much. I
don't think it's weird. I just I worry about him.
What do you worry? That he's going to get hurt or what?
No, it's just like, well, you know, what are you going to do when it's all done and when you can't go out there and do that anymore?
He's going to be out here when he's 60.
He probably will be.
I mean, he's 51 right now.
Yeah.
And he still has a cannon arm, and he loves the game, and I think he's an absolute plus. We talk about clubhouse or locker room presence in football or baseball. He's absolutely that for this team. So it was, I think, a really cool event, a beautiful day. They had the roof closed when we got here. They opened the roof in the middle of it. It's a beautiful sunny day out here at T-Mobile. So they'll do it all again tomorrow. Meanwhile, taking a look at some of the things going on around the NFL as it pertains to quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson apparently likely out multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. And that team is struggling, but it's about their defense.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, does that make you feel even better that Mike McDonald's here? Like, he leaves and all of a sudden this team is, I guess not all of a sudden, but he's in his second year here, but they're struggling defensively. Because you look at Lamar's stats for this year, he's got like 10 touchdowns and 1 pick.
Yeah.
And
they've given up.
Yeah.
37, 38, 41.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a problem. And then, you know, what doesn't blow your skirt up is the backup, Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
You know, because you look at it, and it got me thinking. I always, you know, kind of transferred immediately to the Seahawks. I feel pretty good about Drew Lock. I think Drew Lock looked good in the preseason, and you know, we've seen before that he can handle that. I would love to see if that did happen. I would love to see how they're going to mix in Jalen Milroe. So I don't know. Like I said, I mean, Cooper Rush, I'm sure he's a fine gentleman, but I just don't. I'm not super excited about that situation. He went 9 for 13, didn't throw a touchdown, and didn't throw an interception. But yeah, he's just not a guy that can go out there and win games for you. So, and I feel like Drew Lock is.
And
so,
if you're a Ravens fan and you're looking at it going, Lamar's out likely multiple weeks now, 2, 3, 4, we don't know. But just worst case scenario, say he misses 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, are you feeling like our season's done? Just because
they're 1-3.
Even with the defense being bad, I think with Lamar there, you feel like we've got a shot. This guy can help carry this team to victory in a big way that a lot of quarterbacks can't. Without him, now you've got a questionable offense to go along with what appears to be a bad defense.
Mm-hmm.
I'd feel like if I'm a Ravens fan, I'm feeling like that's it. It's a wrap.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting because so much rides on Lamar Jackson. I mean, and it's cool, right? But when he gets hurt, not cool. Now all of a sudden you're like, okay, yeah, because he's one of the fantasy guys. I mean, he puts up, he does everything. He does everything on I feel like he could play safety for that team, but yeah, they're really heavily reliant on him, and yeah, it's kind of interesting how those numbers defensively have kind of snuck up, man. They got to be dead last as far as scoring defense.
Yeah, it's not a good scene there. Other things going on with quarterbacks. The Browns are benching Joe Flacco, and Dylan Gabriel is going to be the starter, not Shedeur Sanders. So does that speak to more about who Dylan Gabriel is and his potential, or does it speak more to Shedeur Sanders just not being close to ready? How do you read that one?
I do not get the whole Shedeur Sanders thing. I don't get it. The way the NFL responded to him, it doesn't. I mean, it makes sense based on him not wanting to do workouts and interviews and stuff like that, but just the way that he was kind of hyped up, and the NFL spoke.
Yeah, they did loudly.
So yeah, and now you get Dylan Gabriel. I mean, I think I just first heard his name at the beginning of the year when they started talking about honestly, but. Yeah, that's very interesting. The whole Shedeur Sanders thing is just and like I said, the NFL will always sift that out. I talk about the players and, the authenticity of a coach. It gets sniffed out, and then how good you are, and I mean it plays out in practice.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Shedeur Sanders thing has just been an entire mystery to me, and then also the fact that they want to retire his number. And what was the joke?
Colorado.
What was the joke that the guy made that he almost won the Weed Eater Bowl or something like that? Yeah. So yeah, I mean that part's very interesting. But once again, just it all kind of comes back to the Seahawks, and I feel like they've done a really good job. And it doesn't feel like Drew Lock's been gone for a year. He was in New York last year, and he's back, and really like that situation. But, obviously you don't ever want to even talk about your starting quarterback getting hurt. But
well, yeah, if your backup is coming in at any point during the season, it's never for a good reason.
Sure.
Right? It's either your guys stinking it up or they've been hurt.
Yeah. But that's, with the Lamar Jackson thing, he's such a huge part of their running game and as well. So, I think for us, I mean, I feel like they're pretty balanced, and both, look like they've gotten better. So, yeah, just kind of reminds you about your backup quarterback. And then, and I said sneaky good with Matt Hasselbeck, and, he was like, well, actually, he's really, good. His numbers bear it out.
Talking about Darnold.
Yeah. Sam Darnold.
Yeah, he's telling you, he's just chipping away at that cynicism for me as a skeptic. Yeah. And I fully admit, coming into the season, I was not 100% on board. It was more of a not against, just questioning. I don't know who he's going to be. I don't know if he's the guy from the first 6 years or the guy we saw last year. Which version are we getting? No clue.
It's entirely reasonable to be skeptical.
Yeah.
With the way the trajectory of his career. So,
but so far he's proving to be more.
Yeah.
Sam from last year. at least to this point. And they've won 3 in a row. We'll see what they can get done against the Bucs, which I think, talk about a resurgent quarterback in Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's going to be a fun game to see. You can join Michael Bumpus and Ray Roberts for Hawks Live tomorrow starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for live broadcast and a preview of this week's game versus the Bucs, plus a visit from Seahawks tight end Elijah Arroyo in person there. So that's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Bellevue Square Center Court. There'll also be a chance to win tickets to this Sunday's game as well. So more on the line. You can learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Meanwhile, we have a better idea of how the Mariners rotation lines up for the start of this ALDS. We'll get into all of that coming up next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought? Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Washington helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111. Or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? Well, if that's not reason enough, you don't risk the scary side effects or gaining the weight back as soon as you stop. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural, and it works.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest. Come with no charge.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776. You want to weigh in on the Mariners, weigh in on the Seahawks. It's a huge weekend for both teams, obviously, with the Mariners starting their run in the ALDS. You've got the Seahawks looking to make it 4 in a row against the Tampa Bay Bucs and celebrating 50 years as a franchise and the 50 greatest players. So just a huge weekend out here in Seattle. But as it pertains to the Mariners, right now it sounds like the Mariners are planning for Woo to start certainly later. They were saying Game 3 is what they were saying on MLB.com, that, you know, Daniel Kramer writing about that they're optimistic that he's going to be ready for Game 3. We talked to Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider, earlier, who said it'd probably be more like Game 4 or 5 if they need that much. In the way of Woo? Yeah. So, assuming they don't lock it up before Game 5 or Game 4, you never know. I'd prefer just a 3-game sweep if they could manage that. That'd be nice.
That's what you'd prefer. That's odd.
Yeah. I like them to just blow through whoever it is, the Tigers or the Guardians, and just never really give them a glimmer of hope, really just rip their heart out in Game 1.
So you as a fan, you'll just be comfortable the entire game.
Absolutely.
No sitting on the edge of your seat. Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to be a mess, Dave. I'm going to be an absolute mess.
I know. Yeah, because, I mean, I think that's the thing about baseball. Like, you saw what happened to Detroit. We were on that similar path of destruction there for a while before they went on the big, where they went 11 in a row. Was that the and then they got interrupted and then won like another
they got
7.
interrupted.
So I mean,
Brash interrupted them with a rough night out of the bullpen.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's the part of it is that, like, you go, oh man, because we were talking to Shannon Drayer about Castillo, and if you're not around the team and you're not seeing him and you're not listening to what Dan's saying about him and everything, could cause some panic.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, what we were talking to her about, but she's around the team and knows that, hey, this is just something that he had to go through and he's going to snap out of it. And sure enough, he did. So, but you just go, man, I hope nothing like that happens, but during the playoffs, because, you go through a bad streak and anybody can win. So, Yeah, that's the kind of hand-wringing for me right now. I was like nervous watching this scrimmage. I'm just so excited about this, but also there's also a kind of a sense of fear, I guess, that they go through something like that. That's going to be, like Castillo went through.
Yeah,
that you hit the bad part of their career, and all of a sudden you're out of the playoffs.
We'll see. I really.
A lot of people are going to text in and tell me I'm a Doomsday Dave.
Probably, but they liked it when you were before because the Mariners started rolling.
They went opposite.
Yeah,
of me.
so you just need to be negative Dave throughout this entire run, and that'll ensure victory. We know how much power you have. But yeah, I think again, just to highlight, look, Woo is not going to pitch in Game 1. If he were healthy, he would be your Game 1 pitcher. That kind of goes without question. But if you're looking for a positive, which I know Doomsday Dave does not, you're looking at two guys, whether it's, especially if it's Castillo and Gilbert. I'm just making that assumption. Maybe they feel better about Kirby in one of those two games. We'll find out. But I would assume it's some version of Logan, Castillo, Logan, Game 1, Game 2, however they do it. Because anybody who wants to go look, you can go see the numbers. Just the dramatic shift between home and road success for these two. I mean, they're just different pitchers on the road in an extreme way. You're going to see that with every pitcher. There's going to be a variation, but theirs are so extreme to where you're just going, I don't know who this road guy is, but the guy at home is nails. And the numbers say it, the opponent batting average, the ERA, all of it, they shine here at T-Mobile. On the road, really have struggled. I mean,
do you remember
the opponent batting average for Castillo on the road is over 300?
Yeah. I mean, do you remember that last year? The big splits. I don't. Otherwise, we probably would have made a thing.
Yeah, I mean, we can go look, but we weren't in the playoffs last year, so it really was a moot point.
Right. Who cares? But
I'm guessing it wasn't as dramatic because nobody got hurt. Remember, they used a total of 7 pitchers. Last year, and everybody was healthy. And again, you expect that, look, Bryan Woo's numbers aren't as good on the road as his numbers are at home, but his numbers on the road are still good. He's your best road pitcher. Right. The others they're just so extreme.
And he had the smallest disparity, right?
Yeah, between home and away. So we'll see how it shakes out. But point being, you potentially have two guys who thrive here at T-Mobile going in games 1 and 2, and then depending on where Woo is, if it's Game 3, Game 4, hopefully, he's your best road pitcher. So I feel good about that potential if we're going to make the best of a bad situation of him being hurt.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I feel also very good about the fact that the first two are here, and, you get 2 in your pocket, then you're comfortable, right? You're sitting there going,
well, yeah, you're extremely comfortable.
Yeah. So
all you need is one more.
Yeah. And I feel like they can get that done here with this crowd. They're going to be fired up.
Yeah,
they're fired up today.
Yeah, Game 1 is crucial. I think because as an opposing team, you come in and say we want one of 2. That's our minimum goal. Obviously, you want both. Excuse me, but they want to get one of 2.
Yeah.
And you take Game 1, that immediately puts pressure on Tigers, Guardians, whoever it's going to be. We got to get this one because we don't want to have to come back here. We don't want to have to sweep. It just puts so much more pressure on them to win the 2 games on the road in their place, especially if they're down 0-2. I mean, that's do or die. You got to sweep the rest in a 5-game series, which doesn't feel very likely. So you take Game 1. Game 1 is crucial. If you're able to get both of them here, then you're playing a team that's very tight. And if it's a team like the Tigers, who had just gone through a recent struggle where they blew a 15.5-game lead, I think that could play games with them. It's so much pressure on that team. So that would be huge to get greedy, get both games here, and then you throw your ace on the road, hopefully in Game 3 and Bryan Woo.
Yeah.
That's a great scenario considering he's your ace and he's hurt.
And I'll ask you again, and also for the texters, 866-979-3776. Who's starting Game 1? You going?
I'd go Logan Castillo.
Logan Castillo?
Yep.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And then Kirby's the wild card. I don't know how they feel about it. He's been much more up and down, and we've seen dominance out of him. We've seen dominance out of him on the road. So we know he's capable. but he's just been so uneven. I don't know what their level of confidence is that, hey, he's going to get it done. I mean, even Shannon was talking about having that level of faith in him on the road. So I'm not sure how Dan and the rest of the staff feels about him, and maybe he'd be one of the top 2 starters. I don't know. If it's me, I'm going Logan Castillo, but they might have a completely different idea.
Yeah, 360 says Logan Kirby. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want Castillo on the road. I don't want that.
Yeah.
He can do it. He's shown he can do it. This year's been different, though. So he's rolling right now. 4 quality starts in a row. I'd go with him in game 2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little leery of the road numbers.
But you go back a month, and there's no way you'd say that.
No.
So that
not at all.
That's the thing, I guess, that worry about a little bit. But that's what you do when you're in the playoffs, right? You worry.
Yeah. Yeah, and there'll be plenty of that leading up to this.
Lots of worry.
All right, coming up, what goes through Jason Meyer's mind before a game-winning field goal? We're going to ask him about that. He's going to join us next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports on 710.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners wrapping up their first scrimmage of the week. They've got another one tomorrow as they get set for the ALDS beginning on Saturday here at T-Mobile Park. They'll face off against either the Tigers or the Guardians, who today, Tigers took game one. The Guardians come out on top in game two, 6-1 the final in that one from Cleveland, so the series tied at 1 apiece. Meanwhile, the Padres take out the Cubs 3-0 to even that series at 1 game apiece. Yankees and Red Sox right now in the top of the fourth inning in New York. That game is tied at 2 apiece. Boston got the job done last night, taking the 1-0 lead in that series. And you've got the Dodgers, who took game one against the Reds, getting set for game two coming up tonight. Now, we do have times on the games this weekend. Sunday's game for the Mariners will happen at 5:03 p.m. at first pitch. 5:03, whether it's the Tigers or Cleveland. Now, as far as Saturday goes, if the Red Sox advance and it's the Mariners taking on either Detroit or Cleveland, if the Red Sox advance, that's a 1:08 Pacific time first pitch. If the Yankees advance, then it's a 5:38 Pacific time first pitch for the Mariners. That's Saturday, and again, Sunday's game, 5:03 Pacific time first pitch.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Seahawks coming off a big win on Thursday Night Football against the Arizona Cardinals. Now they turn their attention to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who come to town this weekend. And we get a chance to speak to a member of this team, Dave, who's come up with some big moments already very early in this season. And thanks to him, they pulled out that win against the Cardinals. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. We're talking to Jason Myers of your Seattle Seahawks. Jason, how are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. It's got to feel good to be, to get that win the way that you did. Obviously, there was, you miss a field goal earlier in the game. To come back and sort of have that moment of redemption. Is that as a kicker? Is that something whenever you miss a kick that you're just anxious for that next opportunity? Like let me just get this one right. Let me end on a positive note.
Yeah, for sure. as a kicker, you never know how many opportunities you can get, per game. So the goal, to start is to be perfect on all of them. But if one doesn't go right, then yeah, definitely looking forward to an opportunity to bounce back and come through for sure.
Hey, can you, Jason, enjoy something? I mean, we were just talking to Matt Hasselbeck, and, like most athletes, they just remember the ones they missed, right? But can you kind of block that out, or are you just so competitive that, that's going to be something that probably sticks with you more than your successes?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough for sure. You're always striving to do your best, and be perfect, but, over my career, I've learned that, stuff's not always going to go right, even if you hit the ball well. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely get, frustrated for sure, but, I have a little 2-minute clock in my head and figure out what happened and then get right back to it. So I think, that was a pretty quick drive the Cardinals had. So, yeah, like you said earlier, I was just waiting for opportunity. I knew once we got the ball back that, Sam and the guys would do a great job, and so definitely got the opportunity, so.
Well, Jason, now you're a seasoned veteran. I believe this is your 11th season, I believe. So I'm curious, when you have a situation like that where there's essentially no time left on the clock after that kick, it's either make it or we move on. What's the nerves like now compared to maybe how you approached that earlier in your career? Maybe, I don't know, did you have butterflies, or are you just so laser focused you don't really feel that sensation in the moment?
I mean, you definitely feel it. The old saying, like, you wouldn't be doing something you love if you didn't. So, I love that feeling, really. But, over my career, I've definitely learned that just, staying true to my routine is what works best for me. I'm sure a lot of young players out there too, but yeah, that's really just my goal, is just staying in my routine, slowing everything down, mentally and physically, and then just let the natural adrenaline take over, and that'll speed you back up to game speed.
Hey, Jason, I think that there's a lot of coaches and a lot of teams that kind of give special teams lip service. They say that it's important, and it's 1/3, but they don't necessarily buy in. You guys, I'll tell you what, and especially I want you to take us through that kickoff in Pittsburgh. It looked like maybe 1 or 2 of their guys knew that was a live football, and it seemed like every one of you guys did. Just what's the difference with Jay Harbaugh? He seems like he really does a good job of getting you guys prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it starts from the top. The whole organization through Mike and Jay. We really preach, special teams. It's one of our edges that we get as a group. So, from April on, we've gone over a ton of situations, just rulings, little things here and there. We're always touching on them, every week in different situations. So I think we had gone over that maybe 2 weeks prior or so. So, when I saw it bounce, I was excited. I was like, oh, cool, got one on the ground, got touched back to the 20, and then I saw him start walking away, and I was like, oh my God, we're going to get a touchdown off this, because they had no idea. So, and yeah, if you watch the film, you can see, our guys, once it goes by, almost everyone in our group speeds up. So everyone knew what was going on. So just take advantage of that.
At this point of your career, what is it you work on? I mean, I'm guessing your mechanics and your approach and everything is fully developed, but are you somebody that tweaks a lot, that depending, I guess, maybe on the setting, outdoor versus indoor, you're working on different things, but at 11 years into the league, is it you are pretty much who you are mechanically speaking, or are you somebody who tweaks around with your approach?
I mean, I know what my, few core technique thoughts are, which kind of always bring me back to center. But, it's like a golf swing. Like, you start swinging a little bit too much inside out, so you start covering a little bit more, and then you start covering it a little too much, then you got to go back to inside out. So it's kind of just like tweaking week by week on different feels and what needs to be kind of brought back to center. I have, like I said, I have my few core swing thoughts that are, what make my swing. But, you're always working, always watching the film, always getting the feel in practice, and really just preparing to have my best swings on Sunday. So you're always working, always watching the film, always getting the feels throughout the week. So, yeah, I mean, you can't really just sit back and just be like, all right, here's what I do. But yeah, there's little tweaks here and there for sure.
Absolutely no time for golf right now, obviously. But how is your golf game in the off season, Jason?
It gets down. I get down to like a 3 index in the summer, and then I get one round during that Labor Day weekend. We get time off, and then one or two rounds during the bye week. So when I go back in the off season, definitely losing some money on the golf course because my index is down low. But yeah, I love golf in the off season for sure.
Hey, Jason, are there buildings that you just feel better in, throughout the league when you're playing in whether it's Arizona or you're playing in LA or this stadium versus that stadium that you just have it in your mind like, man, I just love the way I feel in that building, or maybe the opposite, like I never get comfortable there, I view it differently. Is it that distinct between buildings, or does it feel pretty similar everywhere?
I mean, obviously there's less things going on when you're playing indoors, but there's different aspects to everything, right? Like there's the grass we're playing on. There's, if it is really bad weather, it's a good challenge, and you kind of get yourself hyped up for that, the challenge of kicking in tough weather. But I think I've played in every stadium now in the NFL, so you had some great kicks, some not great kicks in a lot of stadiums. So, it's just, you kind of just take it day by day, really, game by game. So, not really. I think you just go out there and just, there's challenges in every which direction on those. So,
Jason, I know you told us this maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but I still think it's one of the more amazing paths to the NFL. And as in high school, you were a soccer player, right? And the kicker got hurt on the football team. Take us through that one more time, because I think it's one of the great stories of how you became an NFL player.
Yeah, I was playing soccer growing up, with a few other sports, but soccer was my main sport, playing pretty high level club in San Diego. And then in San Diego, soccer is a winter sport, so during the fall I was like, I'll just run cross country or something, get in shape for soccer. And then 2 days before the first freshman game, a buddy who I played Little League baseball with was the running back and kicker, and he broke his leg, and I was like, shoot, I'll give it a shot. And then fell in love with it, really. First time I put pads on was the first game. Had no idea how to use the pads at all, but yeah, just fell in love with it, and just the toughness of being a kicker is awesome, right? Like, you're expected to be perfect, so you're always striving for that, always working. So yeah, fell in love with it for sure.
Hey, Jason, last one before we let you go. I'm just curious if you were in your favorite building, whichever one that is, and the conditions are absolutely perfect. What do you think you're good for? You feel like I'm good for 66, 67 yards? Do you test that out? I feel like it's asking somebody how much they bench press or something, but is it, do you have a number in mind? Like, if everything sets up right in this building, I'm good from 67 or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hit too many like in practice, but I have my kicking TrackMan that I use out at practice, and it gives you some numbers. But yeah, I'd say 66 or so, 67. But yeah, I mean, I don't really go back that far too much, but the numbers definitely spit out some good numbers, so that's good.
How much do you bench, Jason? That's probably a question you never get asked, right?
No, yeah.
Well, Jason, it's always good to talk to you, man. We really appreciate you taking the time. Congrats on the big win in Arizona, and hopefully we can see another version of that against the Tampa Bay Bucs this weekend. Thanks so much, man.
For sure. Appreciate you guys.
There you go. There's Jason Myers of your Seattle Seahawks. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you after the show, as it is each and every night. Don't forget, you can click subscribe, and it just shows up for you every day. It's totally free, and you never have to think about it. It's just a beautiful present that shows up every single day.
I almost brought up the tackle he made in the preseason game against Kansas City.
Did he get dinged up on that one?
No.
Didn't he get hurt on
I don't think so.
Covering a kickoff or something?
I was just complaining about, because the question I asked him about the kickoff recovery in Pittsburgh, that, there was lots of people that didn't know it. I just thought the NFL did a poor job of wording that. I mean, they said, anything that's in the landing zone, that lands in the landing zone must be returned. But, they could have put in there, it's a live football for both teams. But clearly the Seahawks knew. I mean, every single one of them. So
I don't even think they had to say that much. They could just say it's a live football.
Yeah.
You don't have to specify for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's technical writers, people that are experts at, there's a way to put, and I thought the wording wasn't great, but either way, they knew. They entirely knew about that. So, yeah, that was really cool. I think something to be proud of because, like I said, a lot of people just give it lip service, like, oh yeah, we work hard on special teams, but they don't really. But I love that. And then, he missed the one in Pittsburgh, but he's been really solid. Really solid.
Well, that's big for him to miss. He missed from 53 in Arizona.
Yeah.
And that would have been the difference there because it's a 2-score game at that point when Arizona marched down the field, scored what turned to be the game tying. But for him to come back after that and essentially kick the same ball, it was 52, 1 yard difference. But for him to come back and make that, that's a big deal. I mean, that's a big, I don't know how much crisis of confidence sets in after one kick with a guy that's been in the league 11 years now. But,
Well, and the fact that they ran the ball and just gave them, because, every yard matters when you get out to that distance. But, the fact that they just, they put their faith in him.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of it. That's, and that comes from the head coach. But, I think Jay Harbaugh's really done a good job.
Meanwhile, the Mariners wrapped up scrimmage for the day, their first of 2. They'll do this again tomorrow. It's sold out tomorrow. They capped it at 5,000 fans. I'm not sure how many do you think were here today? Was that like 3.5, something like that? I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, it was crowded out and they had to park on the very top floor over in the parking garage.
Oh, okay.
That's because I don't want my Ford POS getting door dinged.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
Nobody wins.
So anyway, I mean, I thought the whole thing was really good and well run, and I feel good about this.
Yeah, I like that they're doing it. I like that they've got the fans here. We see them preparing the field. They're out there pounding the dirt in each batter's box and on the mound out there. And this is your favorite part, to watch them working on the grass when they do. Right now it's just the dirt, so not as exciting for you. But when they get to work on that grass, Dave is tuned in.
I work dirt as well.
do you? You work some dirt in the backyard?
Yeah.
But getting the field prepped and ready for tomorrow's game, and we'll see how that one goes. Hopefully, again, the only real note on today's game was Dom Canzone got plunked. Looked like he rolled with it. It was hard to tell where it got hit because we don't have the luxury of a replay here. Yeah. It's not being broadcast, so it was just saw him get hit. He kind of rolled with it, looked in the shoulder, upper back area, hard to tell, and then immediately they just walked him down into the dugout. I assume it was just like, hey, let's just take a look. I mean, there's no reason for him to run to first base and sit out there. So
hopefully it hit him somewhere where there's meat.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to hit the bone part of it. If you hit the meat, then he can, get the swelling out of there, and that's all he'll need. But yeah, I mean, I think he might come up big.
Yeah, we're going to catch up with top prospect Colt Emerson here in a second as Mike Lefko gets him prepped and ready with the headsets out there. And as soon as we get the thumbs up, are we good? There we go. Joining us now live from T-Mobile Park is Mariners top prospect Colt Emerson here with us. How are you, man?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Hey, it's good. It's good to talk to you and take us through what today was like. Kind of an interesting way to handle a game, not really a game in a traditional sense, but just your thoughts on how things went today.
It's been great. Today was a beautiful day out here in Seattle. We got a great group of guys. It's just fun to be a part of this and fun to be back around some of these big leaguers, back around the guys since being in spring training, I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and it's just cool to be around the guys now that the playoffs have started, now that everybody's just trying to get a ring, you know what I mean? It's just super cool. Super cool.
Yeah, hey Colt, can you kind of tell the difference, like in intensity, for as much as you've been around the team? The fans here know that like it's been a long time. I mean, a few years ago they went, but the only team to not have won a World Series. And can you kind of feel that tension, or is everybody pretty loose?
Yeah, I mean, you got guys like JP, a lot of guys in there. Super chill, I'd say. I mean, I know they got a bye week here, and they're not playing for a few more days. But it's really cool to see how relaxed these guys are, and the success they've been having is just great. And you can tell they're confident in their abilities, and it's just super cool to see that the game's still the game, even though this is the big leagues and they are trying to make a playoff. Oh, they are. I mean, they're making a World Series push. You know what I mean? So it's super cool.
What have they been like with you? Is the young guy out there? I mean, obviously there's some shine on you as the top prospect, and these guys are in the midst of a season handling their business. Just your interaction with them. Are you a guy that's asking a lot of questions and probing for info and knowledge, or are you kind of just kicking back and just watching?
Yeah, I do a lot of watching. I try to stay out of guys' ways, but at the same time, I'm learning what it means to be a part of a World Series push and kind of what it looks like to go about your day, especially, you got the ALDS coming up, and just seeing the way these guys go about their business has just been really great. And it's been really cool.
Hey, Colt, you grew up in Ohio. So, I mean, were you a Cleveland Guardian fan at all when you were growing up?
I was not, no.
Yeah. What was the team that you watched the most?
Yeah, if we were going to go watch a game, we would go to Pittsburgh because it was only an hour and 45 minutes away. Everything else was about 2.5 hours. Yeah. But we didn't get to too many games, but when we did, it would be Pittsburgh. So, and yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh hasn't had much success.
Yes. So. It's been a bit of a grind for them.
Yeah.
Was there a player that you sort of idolized coming up that you wanted to model your game after and say, I want to play like this guy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a shortstop my age, I think they're going to say Derek Jeter. And for me, it was Derek Jeter. And just the way he won, the way he led, the way he went out and was clutch for their team. And just seeing that, and especially from a young age, he was I was watching him grow up. I was super young when he was at the end of his career, but I got to watch a few games. We went up to New York a few times during his final campaign, and it was super cool. So I'd say I'd model myself after him.
So, Colt, it looks like you played a little bit of football as well, and you were a pretty good football player in high school. But what were the main sports, and at what point did you go, okay, I gotta concentrate on baseball?
I knew my whole life that baseball was going to be my pathway, but, growing up I got told, play as many sports as you can. I wrestled, I played basketball, and then football was probably my second favorite, easily my second favorite.
Yeah.
Probably close to first, honestly. I loved football. It was such a good getaway from baseball and such a good test because, especially in high school, the early years, like, I wasn't that big of a guy, and I'd get beat around a lot. My freshman year, my brother was a senior, so I kind of got the crap beaten out of me that year. And then
that's good.
Following years, you just kind of learn that to roll with the punches, and you're going to fail, you're going to get beaten up, but it's really how you get back up and how you go about your businesses. So I think that translates a lot to baseball because, you're going to fail. If you're a really good player, you're going to fail 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to learn how to get back up, hopefully 7 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times,
I also had a big brother that beat the crap out of me. It's good for you, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and out there, wrestling's no joke, man. You probably learned a lot about work ethic and grind and cutting weight and doing all that. That's That's a rough sport.
Absolutely. I wasn't built for it. That's why I'm not a professional wrestler.
Hey, quickly, before we let you get out of here, it's been a rapid rise for you. Just looking at this year, you start the year in Everett, and then you move on to AA Arkansas, play 34 games there. Then you make your way to Tacoma, playing AAA, just a handful of games. But success everywhere you were this year. And just talk about that rise and just how different is that talent level going from high A to AA, from AA to AAA. The stats tell me it wasn't a big transition for you, but what was that like?
You know, I will say everybody in professional baseball, they're in professional baseball for a reason. They have the stuff. Everybody's good. Everybody's great. Everybody's a professional baseball player. But me as a hitter, I got told early this year, last year, that the plate's still the same, the strike zone's still the same. They have to throw it over the plate at some point. So if you don't chase a bunch, you're gonna hit the ball that's over the strike zone. And I think, you know, it sounds stupid simple, and it sounds way easier than what it is, but going in my head, that's what it was all season. And I mean, there was times I struggled, and there was times I did great. And, you know, you go up and down, but you try to keep the highs high and the lows not too low. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think the more you can do that the whole season, I think the better season you can have. And I think that I had some low points this season. I had some really high points this season. I had some really average points this season. So I think just learning that throughout the whole season has just been great for my development and great for my mental, honestly.
Well, it's really cool to see that ascension that you had through the minor leagues, and I think it's not going to be very long before we see you out here playing 162 with the big club. So we wish you nothing but the best, man. Really cool to catch up with you, and we look forward to talking to you again. Thanks so much for the time.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me on.
There you go. There's Colt Emerson of your Seattle Mariners, their top prospect, and just cool to catch up with him, man.
Yeah.
And see him. He's a guy who's making a really quick run through the minor leagues, and won't be long before we see him up here with the big club. Meanwhile, we'll get some more insight on the potential opponent for the Mariners, and it might reinforce what some people believe about which team you'd rather face. That is coming up next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner?
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series, Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
We're back to beautiful weather, sunny day. This is motorcycle weather, and I'm trying to take advantage of it while it's here. Like a lot of you who've checked in with me on the text line, talking about your bike, talking about the rides you've been on, and some of you talking about some of the injuries you sustained in motorcycle crashes. If you're one of those, if you're somebody that's been injured in a motorcycle crash, and you're talking to law firms, do yourself a favor and don't settle for the firm that tells you that they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. That's Law Tigers. They've been a part of the riding community for nearly 25 years nationwide. And when you've been involved in an accident, you're looking for direction. You're looking for help and answers. You need somebody to actually pick up the phone on the other end. That's Law Tigers. They're there 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support when they need it most. Law Tigers, you see them out at all the events, supporting all the clubs, all the shops. Are very visible in the community, the riding community. You see the vans, the tents, the billboards, the whole thing. The Law Tigers are always there by your side. And more importantly, your case evaluation is completely free. There are no fees until your case settles. They don't get paid until you get paid, and they're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced because they know what that means to you. So you never ride alone with Law Tigers. Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop, and boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Tune in on October 5th when your Seattle Seahawks take on Tampa Bay. Kickoff at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com. Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Colt Emerson, top prospect of your Seattle Mariners, who joined us in the last segment. If you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you. And again, a reminder, you can click subscribe, totally free, shows up for you every day. You never have to worry about it after that. But really really cool to talk to a young kid who is making a rapid rise through the minor leagues. Started in High A Everett, went to Double A Arkansas, ended the year with the Tacoma Rainiers in Triple A, and you look at the numbers, success in all 3 landing spots. So I don't think it'll be too long before we see him up here with the big club. He looks like he's living up to that billing of being a top prospect.
I was a sophomore in college when I was 20 years old. Amazing. Yeah. The youth there. But he did a good job too.
Yeah.
In the interview. He's a big leaguer.
He had more words. Often you talk to kids that young, they'll give you just taking it one game at a time.
That's right.
Yeah, just working on my mechanics, working on my fundamentals. Just they're kind of conditioned to give very brief answers, but no, he was good. It was really, really cool to talk to him. Meanwhile, you got the Cleveland Guardians and Detroit Tigers are going the distance in the wild card round. The Tigers took game 1, Guardians took game 2 today, 6-1 the final there. So it comes down to the decisive game 3. And Jason Benetti, the Tigers TV play-by-play, was a guest of Brock and Salk. And he talked about this Tigers team. I mean, they had a 15.5-game lead, and they blew it. They still made the playoffs, but they blew that lead. And he talked about what happened at the end of the year.
And I think part of this is they're a very young offense, which I think leads to pitchability. There are some specific places that you can throw some of those young hitters. And I think the league figured that out at one point. And still has, when it's going well, this offense is great. But there are times when they struggle to make contact. And we've seen that in the Cleveland series. I think part of it, too, is the bullpen just wasn't as good as it was last year. And
I like hearing all that. Yeah. You can pitch to these guys. They've got some holes in their swings. They're young, so maybe you can get some chase. Just more, it just reinforces my opinion that the Tigers could be a better matchup for this team. And if the bullpen's problematic as well, and we know Skubal is ridiculous, and he's one of the elite pitchers in all of baseball, and he showed that in the first start with 14 strikeouts and 7 2/3 innings. But beyond him, whether you're talking Flaherty or Mize or any of these guys, I like the Mariners' chances. They can, but again, they had the same record against both teams. They were 4-2 against Cleveland, 4-2 against Detroit. So you can beat both teams. I just I have a little more apprehension with the Guardians, but if the Mariners aren't on their game, they're going to get beat. I mean, it's that simple. Both are capable of beating you, but you are more than capable of beating both of those teams.
Kind of went through this yesterday with Skubal and the 2 times that the Mariners have faced him. Robles doubled and scored Dylan Moore. And then Demo hit a home run. That was April 2nd. He went 5 2/3, three earned runs, 8 strikeouts, gave up the home run there. And then the other one, which was July 11th, 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. But Julio hit a home run. JP singled home Solano, and then Solano tripled. Donnie Barrels, the key. Him and Dylan Moore.
Oh, yeah.
How they beating Skubal.
How they get through a Detroit series without those two is anybody's guess.
That's right.
But
no, but like you said, on paper, I mean, you look at the Detroit is the tougher team, but I mean that meltdown. You just hope that's going to continue.
Them. I hope it's still lingering in the back of their head. Maybe it was reinforced today, losing 6-1. They couldn't get much going offensively, and more of a lopsided score rather than the pitcher's duel we saw in Game 1. Jason Benetti, again, talking about Skubal, and talked about why, in his opinion, yesterday wasn't even the best start he's seen from Skubal.
It's funny, it was really, really good, but he actually threw a better outing against Cleveland earlier this year. That was a complete game shutout. And in the middle of it, he broke a bat. And on the final out of the inning, he broke this bat. He walked by the batter's box, picked up the little shards of baseball bat, and handed them to the bat boy. You talk about being locked in on the mound, to walk over and pick up the little pieces of the thing that you just broke and say, here, I believe these are yours.
Wow.
That is such great stuff. And he didn't even mean to do it in a snarky way. He is just a menace.
He's a menace.
Yeah.
He's a menace out there. I mean, he's one of the elite arms in all of baseball. There's no 2 ways around that. We'll see. They're having trouble with their offense certainly today. Tigers left 15 on base today, had the bases loaded, 2 outs in the ninth, and much like the Yankees last night, couldn't score. Now, 2 outs versus no outs for the Yankees last night, which was much worse, but still, opportunity is right there and unable to get it done. So hopefully that's seeping into their subconscious like, oh, boy, here we go again. We had opportunities, and once again we couldn't capitalize. So, I'm hoping that's the case with this team, that they're doubting themselves a little bit, but hopefully they have enough to get through Cleveland, and then they can come here with some level of doubt. By the way, the Boston Red Sox just tied it up with the Yankees. Home run from Trevor Story ties the game at 3 apiece. So we'll see if this is going to be a series that goes 3 games. The Red Sox took game 1. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so changed it all as far as not wanting to face the Guardians, wanting to face the Tigers more?
No, nothing's changed for me.
Nothing's changed
for you.
I
still want to face the Tigers. I want to see the Tigers get through the Guardians. I want to see them squeak by in 26 innings tomorrow, and then show up very beleaguered, ragged, tired here in Seattle. Face the Mariners. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold have some catching up to do this week. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial with Wyman and Bob, live from T-Mobile Park, right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, Seahawks tight end Elijah Arroyo.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you plan to use the carpool lanes along SR 167, you'll soon need a flex pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Say goodbye to clutter with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into Cairo Radio 97.3 FM or Seattle Red for Home Matters featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
The home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold this week, I'm sure you might remember, are going to have this very nice 2022 Panthers reunion. Yes, they spent time there together. They've gone on to much bigger and better things, but Baker today was asked about that time and that year that he spent with Sam Darnold.
Reminisce about the good old days in Carolina? What are you talking about?
Reminisce about what days?
Good old days in Carolina?
Oh, nope. No, we don't.
I wonder how he feels about his time there. I can't really tell.
Yeah. Didn't Baker Mayfield, did he go to the Rams?
Yeah, he went to the Rams first and shined in that game where he had like hours to prepare as the new guy. And then he went to Carolina, and that did not go well.
And I think Scott Fitterer was there because I heard from Scott at one point that he said Baker Mayfield was very cool about it. You know, I was like, hey, can you cut me?
Yeah.
Cut me so I can go there and
go play for a real franchise.
Yeah. I know Scott's not there anymore, but I'm not sure what's going on there. We didn't hear good things from Mark Schlereth. That's for sure.
No, we did not.
But yeah, Baker Mayfield, part of this whole movement in the NFL where, guys just get resurrected. It's just been very interesting, and I don't know if maybe offenses have changed or maybe it's just coincidence, but it just used to be like, a guy comes out and, again, bring up a guy like Dan McGuire. He wasn't good, and he was a great college player, really good.
But is he a guy you look at and said if he were in a better system, he would have shined, or it felt like it just maybe wasn't there at all?
In practice, I remember him dirting a ball that was just like a swing pass. And I remember going,
Oh, boy.
You can't complete that pass. Okay, and I'm sorry. That's me again.
Well,
but
just...
no, but I mean, I just think it's interesting. Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold.
Look at Danny Dimes now with
Danny
Indianapolis.
Dimes is just killing it
Geno
right now.
Smith, yeah.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Browns made the move today to bench Joe Flacco. Dylan Gabriel is the new Browns starter. He's got a unique debut. They're playing in London, so he's going to make his debut on foreign soil. Won't even be here in the United States. But Kevin Stefanski kind of broke down everything behind making Dylan Gabriel the starter.
Excited for Dylan. He's done everything. He's handled everything really well since he's been on campus here. So we're just going to have to support the young man from the second he's been here. He's been working very hard, very intelligent young man. He's done a nice job throughout practice. And, he's been this whole season, he's been learning how to get yourself ready and understand the rhythm of an NFL week and what that looks like as a backup. And obviously now feel like he's ready to go in as a starter.
Be interesting to see how he does there because much like the Jets, the Browns seem to be a place where quarterbacks go to die. I mean, you look at the history of franchise quarterbacks with the Browns. It goes back to Bernie Kosar. But there have been a lot of swings, a lot of misses. They've had some top draft picks. Whether you want to talk about Tim Couch or any of these other quarterbacks, they spend a truckload of money to bring in Deshaun Watson. That's been an absolute disaster. Obviously Baker Mayfield, Brady Quinn. We can just go up and down the list. They cannot get right there at that spot, much like the Jets. It just seems to be, regardless of who the coach is, who they're surrounded by, it does not work for whatever reason.
Yeah, that is. I mean, if you're bad at that as a franchise, I mean, first of all, where does it come from? Because you got a lot of different management and coaches that are part of that.
Yeah.
So I guess you just blame the owner. But yeah, you look at the Jets, you look at who else? Who's another team? Yeah, mainly it's the Jets.
The Bears.
The Bears. Yeah, great example, and we'll see with Caleb Williams. But yeah, I'm just looking at Dylan Gabriel's college career. He played 6 years in college football. Started off at UCF, Oklahoma for 2 years, and then Oregon last year. So, and no Shedeur Sanders there.
Nope.
That's, for a reason.
Sweeping the dial.
Garrett Crochet was dominant last night for the Red Sox. And Alex Cora, after the game, explained that the day before the series began, he was kind of describing how Crochet called his shot on his performance yesterday.
It started yesterday. We were joking around that for some reason our front office was in the bullpen checking something over there, and he was in the dugout with me. And I told him we should call the bullpen. And he's like, tomorrow you're going to make one call to the bullpen. Say maybe two. He's like, no, one. He's going to be straight to Chappie. I'm like, okay, I'll take that. And that's how it worked out.
He called it. Him to Aroldis Chapman. He was dealing yesterday. Did the Mariners beat Crochet this year too? Was that another one of the elite arms they took out?
Yeah, they knocked him out early in the start in Boston. Four innings.
He's filthy, but yeah, it's amazing that what they've done with the elite arms in baseball. And then you'll get some kid making his debut or somebody who comes in with a 9.17 ERA and locks him down. So you figure it out. But yeah, Crochet is he's a ridiculous pitcher out there. His stuff is filthy, and he called it. I mean, hard to be more accurate than that.
Yeah, he's been, some long outings from him. 7 2/3, 8, 6 innings, 6 innings, 7 innings, 6 innings. Yeah, he's been fantastic for the Red Sox. They kind of worry you a little bit. They're kind of
either of those teams do.
Young team.
I mean, yeah, they got Bregman there. He's another one. He's another one of those guys that just is a thorn in the side.
You're out on them.
Yeah, I don't want to see Bregman. But the Yankees, that lineup, when you're dealing with Judge and Stanton, it just,
Cabby.
I don't know. Yeah.
Got Cabby.
Caballero's come up with some huge hits for them. So, yeah, it's right now that game remains tied at 3 apiece, but the Yankees have runners on first and second with 2 outs, and Boston going to the bullpen. So we'll see. I don't know who I want to win this one. I'm not sure who I feel like. I don't have as clear of a feeling about matchup with those two teams as I do with the Tigers and Cleveland. Shannon's got a clear feeling. You want Boston? You don't want to go to Yankee Stadium? Oh, I don't. I'd like to go out there. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Let's go. Let's take
go.
the show
Let's
on
go
the
to
road,
Yankee
man.
Stadium. Let's go. We'll prove you wrong. We'll go. Not scared. Yankee fans.
Bob, you would hate that roll call section.
Oh, I've been out to Yankee Stadium.
Okay.
I haven't been to this one.
Yeah.
I went to the one before it a couple times. I actually went when they played the Red Sox. Yeah, we'd go out there. We'd go out there for the draft. So it was early season baseball and saw them play the Red Sox. And the one time we went there, the Red Sox just hammered them. It was like 11-1 or something. And riding the subway back with angry Yankee fans and two very brave Red Sox fans who got on that train with them, and they were being screamed at the whole way. It was a different vibe for sure, certainly. All right, coming up, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks in Seahawks history, and he's going to join us next. We're talking about Matt Hasselbeck, one of the 50 greatest ever to put on that Seahawks uniform. Is going to join us next. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
Touchdown Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer, participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners wrap up their intra-squad game for the day. They got another one coming tomorrow as they prep for Game 1 of the American League Division Series happening Saturday against either the Guardians or the Tigers. That series, by the way, has been evened up at 1 apiece. Tigers took Game 1. Today, the Guardians take out the Tigers 6-1, so that one will go to a third and decisive game. Meanwhile, the Cubs fall to the Padres, who even that series at 1 game apiece. In Chicago, the Padres get the 3-0 win there. You've got the Red Sox and Yankees happening right now in New York. Boston took Game 1. Right now, they are tied 3 apiece. That one in the top of the 7th. Still to come, Dodgers, who took a 1-0 lead over the Cincinnati Reds in Game 1, looking to do the same in Game 2. That one coming up at 6 p.m. Meanwhile, in the NFL, Eagles receiver A.J. Brown took responsibility Wednesday for letting, quote, his frustrations boil over Sunday, and stated that his post on social media was not directed at anyone inside the building, including quarterback Jalen Hurts. Even though his team won, he was a little upset about not getting a lot of action out there, and he said, quote, I don't think it's a bad thing for wanting the ball. It's not just targets or anything to put numbers up. I see that we're struggling. I'm a guy that wants the ball in those times when we can't find a way. Give it to me. When the game's on the line, give the ball to me. I want that. I want that pressure. I put it on myself, and I work hard for it.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Big game coming up this weekend for your Seattle Seahawks, Tampa Bay Buccaneers in town. But more importantly, Dave, it's the celebration, 50th anniversary of this franchise, and we've got the 50 greatest players ever to put on a Seahawks uniform that are going to be out there, and we get a chance to catch up with one of them right now. Everybody out here in Seattle knows him and loves him. Talking about quarterback Matt Hasselbeck is with us. How are you, man?
Hey, thank you. I'm excited. I don't know if it's more important. It's pretty important. It's pretty cool that we're doing it, but this is a pretty important game for the Seahawks too.
We'll talk about that, but just talk about what that means to be named one of the 50 greatest to ever wear a uniform for a franchise. I mean, that I would imagine that's a tremendous honor.
Yeah, it's a tremendous honor, but just like every honor, you know, I think, and Mike Holmgren did a great job of, I think, teaching us this while he coached us. You know, he taught us a lot of football, but he also taught us a lot about life and a lot of lessons that were maybe not in the X's and O's of cover 3, cover 2, cover 1, you know, some of that stuff. And, you know, he did a great job of explaining, I use the example of when Shaun Alexander won the MVP award. We had a chance to rest our starters at the, week 17 game. It was a quote unquote meaningless game because we had already locked up home field advantage in the playoffs. And Mike said, listen, we're going for this record. Like, I'll rest you guys or whatever, but we're going for this record, and here's why. It's a huge honor for Shaun Alexander, but this is also a team award. And he really spoke to the offensive line, and he talked about Max Strong, and he talked about the coaches that had worked so hard, and Stump Mitchell and his goal line preparation, and, our wide receivers blocking that year with guys like, I think it was like Joe Jaravicius and DJ Hackett and Bobby Ingram. And, he just made it all feel like a team award. So I always felt like whether it was Pro Bowls or, all that kind of stuff, this kind of stuff, it's cool for you and your family for sure. But like, using that Mike Holmgren lesson, like, I think it's kind of for everyone. There'll be 50 of us there, but there'll be guys that aren't there, and they had just as much to do or a lot to do with the success that the 50 guys that will be there that we had too. So it's all of it. It's a huge honor, and but it's an honor for everybody, not just the people there.
That's really cool, and I love that Holmgren, kind of made it like a team thing, and he was really good at that. Matt, at that time, I mean, I remember there was a 3rd and 1 you guys got one time, and the only reason I remember is because it was so shocking, because you had, Max Strong blocking behind, Walter Jones, and it was one of those kinds of years. Did you feel that? Like, did you guys know at the time that you had something really special?
No, I don't think so. Like, even going back to Cheney, Washington, I look at pictures or, an opportunity to be mic'd up or something like for NFL Films. And I look back at like those young kids, meaning us. We had no idea. There was a lot of hype the year before that. And, people were picking us to be in the Super Bowl. But that year, no, it wasn't that. It just was all about the football. It was just, out in Eastern Washington in the 509 with your teammates, no distractions, quote unquote, not a lot of national media there. We go down to Jacksonville week 1 and get absolutely smoked. We were used to that heat in Cheney. We got down there in that humidity in Jacksonville and in our navy blue uniforms, and we were struggling, man, struggling. I got hurt in that game throwing a Hail Mary with like 10 seconds to go, down 2 scores. I can't even reach it that far, like an 80-yard throw. Like, it was a tough start to the season. And it was an unremarkable start to the training camp. Like, it just, and so like, I think there's lessons in that as well. For us, it was kind of a great thing. And, we had lost in the wild card on the last play of the game in 2003, and 2004, and then, had the opportunity in 2005 to really do things different, and that's what we did.
You came to the Seahawks in 2001 from Green Bay. What do you remember? Were your feelings like, okay, this is going to be where I'm going to be for a long time? I'm going to show everybody I should be a star. What was the sort of the attitude when you came over to Seattle?
I was so clueless. Like, you have no idea. Like, the first I get traded, they fly us out first class. My wife and I, she's pregnant. We're not telling anybody. She's puking her brains out. We go to Daniel's Broiler with all the coaches and wine and dining us, and all she's like doing is like wanting to vomit from like the smell of like mashed potatoes or whatever the thing was. Like, we had no idea. We'd never had a kid. But they wined and dined us, picked us up in a limo. It was like first class. It was like amazing. I come back for OTAs. I'm in a middle seat, connecting flight. I get to the airport at baggage claim. Nobody's there. I'm sitting there, and I see John Randall sitting there too, and no one's there for him either. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'll go rent a car. Rented a car, said hi to John, and he had signed the same day and as I did. And then I'm driving to like the address. They said, La Quinta Inn and Suites or whatever, in like Kirkland next to Burgermaster. And I'm like, oh, okay. I've never heard of that. So get there. This guy's super nice. I'm looking around. There's no elevator. And I'm like, well, this isn't the Woodmark Hotel. Like, you put me up on the waterfront last time. And guy's like, can I help you? And I was like, I think I'm in the wrong spot. Maybe I was at the Woodmark last time. He's like, well, just try me out. What's your name? And I was like, it's okay. And John Randall comes in. I was like, it's Hasselbeck. And he's like, oh, yeah, I got you here right now for 72 nights. I was like, oh, okay. I guess we're getting to work. So it kind of reminded me a little bit of like college when you go on the recruiting trip and it's like, you know, it's one way.
Right.
And then it's like you show up as a freshman. It's like, I remember my freshman year with Tom Coughlin. It wasn't like recruiting. It's like kind of was like the memory that I had. Nothing against the La Quinta. It was really great. I would have appreciated if they had an elevator, but they didn't. John Randall didn't like the stairs. He didn't like the stairs at all. You know, he's D lineman. But yeah, like I said, I was completely clueless.
How long did it take for you to like really connect with the city of Seattle and the 12s? And you guys had such a good thing going. You know, remember when they used to have the offsides, you know, penalties displayed on the board? How long did it take you to kind of really feel how special that atmosphere was?
Yeah, well, I mean, I love them. I don't think they love me right away, and I can't blame them either. I mean, my position coach was Jim Zorn. So Jim Zorn came in, and like, I can't say enough great things about Jim. Like, he's not like any other coach that I had. Like, I usually tell people he's kind of like Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off. Like, why am I doing this drill is in my head. Like, and I'm like, why am I doing this drill? Why am I doing this drill? And then you see it on film. But he was like that in every way. Like, he helped me with parenting. He helped me learn how to be a better husband. He helped me like everything in the city. He just has so much pride in Seattle and, you know, what they started and kind of what we were continuing to try to do. But no, it probably took a little while for me to kind of mature and grow up. And, you know, Husky Stadium wasn't like the best situation for us. You know, and I wasn't playing great, and I was hurt, and I had a newborn baby, and we were renting a place next to a fire station, which like I appreciate them like saving people's lives, but like the sirens all the time. I was a bad first time homeowner, I was learning on the fly. And but when it clicked. And, you know, Todd Lywicki came in, we did the 12 flag thing. We really established a home field advantage. I think it means more to me. Like, I remember going in the Ring of Honor. I got so emotional there and I got so fired up because I think it means a lot more to me because it was so hard early on. Like, I did get booed out of Husky Stadium. I did struggle. I did get benched for Trent Dilfer. I did like it wasn't like this smooth road. And I think it's like that with anything in life. It means more if you had to go low and dip down and like be in the alley at some point in your life. You appreciate it more. And I appreciate it so much. And like losing my job, you know, to Trent Dilfer, there were games where I played with broken ribs and a sprained jaw and broken whatever, you know, because I wasn't coming off the field. Like, I remember what that felt like. And I remember sitting there being like, if I ever get the chance again, I'm going to do it different. I'm going to play tougher. I'm going to play grittier. I'm going to like give it absolutely everything I have. I'm going to do my part. And, you know, really it's in those failures that I think those successes are able to occur.
And then you fast forward just a couple of years and you guys are in the Super Bowl. When you look at that team and going into that game, what was your level of confidence? Was that a situation where you looked at that O-line specifically and the running game you guys had, just felt like it was a complete team and maybe you walked in there thinking there's no way we lose this game. And obviously the officials had a different idea that day, but what was do you remember your level of confidence going into that game?
I think we felt like we were the best team in football and for sure the best team in the NFC. And so the best teams in the AFC were getting picked off by a wild card team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, they ran into Carson Palmer's knee at the Bengals and took him out and they faltered. They kind of ran some trick plays in the Denver Broncos that year and then they got out. And then they had that crazy you know, fumble, almost returned for a touchdown play against the Colts. And the Colts were probably the best team in the AFC if you looked at it, you know, logically or, you know, with unbiased. And so like, it was almost like, here we are, the number one seed. We had this amazing year and we're playing a wild card team that on film, we match up, we feel like pretty well against. And, you know, I just remember because you have the week off before the Super Bowl, after like 7 days, like I was ready to go. Like Pavlov's dog, like that 7th day came around and it just like, I didn't hear a bell, but I felt it and I was like ready to roll. Like, let's play this game. So like by 14 days later, after the Carolina championship game, we were ready to roll. And like, we just felt good about it. Like, we felt really, really good about it. We had this great drive, went down, scored. The penalty negated it. But like, I just really feel like we didn't play our best football after that moment. I thought our first drive was great. I felt like we were ready, but then like a lot of different things happened. Maybe it was frustration. Maybe it was trying too hard. Maybe it was some bad breaks. Good play by them. Disappointing to not hoist the Lombardi when we came back to Seattle. That was super, super disappointing. But like everything, lessons learned in all situations, and that would be one of them as well.
Matt, from that team in particular, who are the guys that you keep in touch with the most?
The most is a tough question. I mean, I'm on all these different group texts. So like I hit one today, and it's super fun. Like, we had a great group of guys. Ironically, some of the guys, like it's almost like who you don't keep in touch with. Some guys have fallen off the face of the earth. They don't have social media. They live on a farm. They, whatever. Other guys, my offensive line, I don't want to keep in touch with them. They all weigh less than I do right now. They're like 220 pounds. It's like, except for 2 of them, like it's like crazy. I'm like, what are you guys doing right now? So, no, I'm excited every time I see guys, whether it's a Lofa Tatupu or a Marcus Trufant or, Bobby Ingram's coaching right now for Washington. And, obviously the guys, Chris Gray, Toback Hutch, Walt, there's all those guys. So you're super proud to be a part of it. Coaches, players, equipment managers, athletic trainers, like everybody had a hand in it, like everybody. And it wasn't just people that strapped on a helmet and shoulder pads. I mean, there were a lot of people that went into the success and the relationships, but yeah, great times, good people, and really fortunate to be a part of that group.
We get a chance to talk to rookies, and we've, rookies throughout the league. Some have hit made their way to the Super Bowl in their rookie year or their second year. Certainly a lot of rookies with the Patriots for a stretch of time, but they kind of get the perception that, I'm just going to do this every year or every other year. You'd been in the league a few years before you got to the Super Bowl. So coming out of it, did you feel like, all right, this team's built to do it again, we're going to get back? Or did you have a sense at that point that, man, this is really hard to get here and I may never get back again? What was your feeling coming out of that game?
Yeah, we were going back. We were absolutely going back. And we had heard about the Super Bowl hangover. Everyone had talked about it. Mike Holmgren did a really good job, I think, of preparing us for that. We lost Steve Hutchinson, and that was a little bit of a thing, the poison pill, the chemistry wasn't exactly the same right off the bat. There was a little bit of, I don't know what you'd want to call it, but from the front office to the head coach, it wasn't one big happy family after the poison pill thing. I mean, that was real, but we were ready, and I think we were going to be fine. And against Minnesota at home, got rolled up. I thought late on my knee, took out my MCL, and I missed some time. And I think that was it's a little bit of a factor for me personally. But even that, we had a chance. We had a chance to go back in 2006. We had a great chance to go back in 2007. I think those 2 years, if I was, trying to make a list of I don't want to say regrets, but missed opportunities, I think 2006 and for sure 2007, those were the 2 years that we had a chance to represent the NFC again. And, just it comes down to, what we call gap plays, game altering plays. There's usually 5 a game for each side of the ball. And, if you make them, you're moving on. And if you don't, you're not. And, haunted by a 4th and 1 in Chicago on the road in the playoffs and, plays like that and that you don't get. But those, that's part of it. So you got to maximize your opportunities when you get them. And we had them.
Matt, I would give you advice that don't torture yourself with the plays that you didn't make, but I know that it'll fall on deaf ears because that's what every athlete does, right? But hey,
I do like seeing highlights because I never remember the good things. I always remember the woulda couldas, so I do appreciate it for that. I'm like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that one.
Yeah, if I close my eyes, I can see a John Elway pass clanging off my hands. So that's pretty much it. Hey, this team, and I know that you're coaching high school football down in Tennessee, right, in Nashville. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't know how much of a chance you get to see this team, but you're a guy that's been on a couple of Super Bowl caliber teams. What do you see from this team, and more specifically Sam Darnold? Because I think that he kind of started off with a few question marks, but the coaches love him, and he's actually doing a really good job, kind of sneaky good right now.
He's doing a great job. I watch all the Seahawks games. I'm a huge fan of what Clint Kubiak's doing. Kind of learn from what they're doing, learn from a little bit of their mistakes too. I think they probably outthought themselves week one against the Niners. When you go up against a team that has your playbook and that they have your playbook, sometimes you can almost talk yourself out of what you're best at, And so I think you've seen the Seahawks offense get back to who they are, trying it with a fullback and two backs and play action and really being the hammer, not the nail, and all that kind of stuff. And then even this past week on the Thursday night game, short week, no Robbie Oots, and they go with all the 2 tight end stuff and even 3 tight end stuff. I mean, honestly, it felt like every single player on offense played in the game and had a role, whether it was goal line, short yardage, 4 wides, 3 wides, 3 tight ends. Like, it was great. And they kept Arizona off balance. And, I think for Sam Darnold, he's a guy that's had some scars. He's got scar tissue, and he's got some he's got a toughness and a grit where he's not as clueless as he was as he came into the NFL. He came in very young. I think now he's only maybe 27, 28 years old, and he's got a lot of life experiences and coaching experiences. And, so I think there's a mental toughness and an intangible that's there. But also I think he's a really good, he's a pretty good runner. Like, he's got good escapability. And I think that's another thing that he doesn't necessarily get credit for. So you say under the radar, and I would agree, except for when you just do the math and the stats of it, he's doing really well. He's doing really, really well. So I think it's kind of exciting, and I think it's probably a little bit of a surprise to the country to see this team with a second-year head coach doing as well as they're doing with the amount of turnover that they've had.
Hey, Matt, when you see a quarterback kind of thrive in a different situation or maybe a few years down the road, do you look at that as, well, they were in a bad environment to begin with, or they needed to grow up? Or because we saw it here with Geno. I mean, Geno was a perennial backup. It did not go well for him in New York when he was drafted. Then he was a backup until essentially getting here. I know he had a few starts previous to Seattle, but he started to shine here. We saw it with Baker Mayfield, certainly in a couple stops, and now he's one of the better quarterbacks in the entire league. And we saw it last year with Sam Darnold getting into Minnesota, and now here. How do you view that contrast from who they were versus who they are?
Yeah, it's a great point. I think it's both, and I think you're also very dependent on the people around you. I also would say that, like, even though you're the same person, it's not the same every year. Like, how you attack your training after a year that you had a great year or you got a big contract, like, I've seen that derail a lot of players. I would also say, like, the humility and understanding what got you there is a factor. I also, like, mentioned that toughness earlier, not to throw shade at Geno, but I think one of the best things I saw him do, and saw the way I saw him grow, is that, when he had that Monday night game against Russell, when the Broncos came back to Seattle to play to start the season, he outplayed Russell, like, clearly. And they interviewed him after the game, and he said, people wrote me off, but I didn't write back. And, like, that's the mindset that took him from where he was to greatness. Like, that was the mindset. And now, like, he's struggling this year. Like, he's turning the ball over more than anybody. He looks like the old Geno to me. And he's the same guy that comes into, Seattle as a road team, and he's double middle fingering the fans. And, like, it's just like, dude, like, be the guy that didn't write back. You're missing the mark. Like, and I don't know if someone needs to, like, shut the door and lock the door and tell you, like, hey, let's tell the truth Monday, so to speak. But that's not happening. That's not happening. So to me, like, it was like his awesome story, and now it's kind of like this disappointing story. And like, maybe he gets it right, maybe he, checks himself. But I think when you play quarterback, there's a level of like focus and grit, and like, I don't care about the outside. I'm so laser focused on what I'm doing. That's where I hit my best. And I think he hit his best, and now he's fallen short of it. And again, not to throw stones at him, like I'm sure you could say this for a lot of different people. And, I know about it probably because it affected me at one point too. So anyway, I think that's it's lessons like that. It's not as simple as like, well, who's my play caller and what team am I on? Who's my left tackle? It's not always that easy.
Hey, Matt, I know we got to let you go, but tell us what the weekend's going to look like. Are you going to be able to make it up? And, do you have the whole thing planned out?
Well, we're playing Knoxville Catholic on Friday night here. I'm the offensive coordinator. My brother, Tim, is the head coach. My nephew's the quarterback. And since my brother's my head coach, he wouldn't let me off early. But no, we're making it out. We're coming out Saturday. My youngest son, he's a quarterback at UCLA. They got their own issues right now. But the rest of us, we're gonna make the trip out there, and we're super excited. The Seahawks have been amazing. The itinerary is incredible. So we'll be there, I think Saturday. We'll be there for practice. We've got a nice event planned Saturday night. We'll be there Sunday for the game. A little bit of, we weren't sure what time the game was going to be with all the Mariners' success and the playoffs and all that, but it'll be great. Unfortunately, there are red eyes in our future afterwards. So we're going to just like enjoy it, completely enjoy it. And then we'll worry about the red eyes later, but it's going to be totally worth it. And I'm fired up, super fired up.
It's not a connecting flight with a middle seat, is it, on the way here?
Luckily, I'm a better traveler than that. I've done better, but again, it makes you who you are. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
It's that armrest battle. Just don't sit next to Isaiah Kazavinsky. That's the one piece of advice. He's the worst like armrest person. He sweats.
Yeah.
He's it's tough. I love you, Kaz. Special teams captain in 05, but yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, Matt, it's going to be great to see you out there. It's a well-deserved honor. I know you defer to the team, and that's great, but you had a lot of great years and a lot of great memories created here in Seattle, and the fans love you, and I know they're excited about this celebration. So can't wait to see you out there. Thank you so much for taking the time with us, man.
Yeah. Let's get a win. It'll make it even better.
There you go, the great Matt Hasselbeck, everybody. In case you missed any part of that conversation, you'll definitely find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you. Meanwhile, we've got some key injury updates from Mike McDonald earlier today. We'll get into that next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Mariners pennant push, Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88! I said Blue 88!
Every morning at 7:45, Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
What's going on with the Seahawks run game?
You're 18th in the league overall at 111 rushing yards a game, and you're 28th in the league at 3.6 yards per carry. You would think that is precarious. Yet on the same token, on the other side of it, you are also 4th in the league in attempts.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton here. And Bob, honesty and integrity is what sets Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine apart from others. And I've been working with Dr. Wagner for a couple of years now, and he was straight with me. He told me, your right knee needs replacement. Not all doctors will give it to you straight, but after hearing me talk about it, you had a hip problem and decided to go see Dr. Mark Wagner. What was your experience like?
He hit me with the honesty right out of the gate as well. I'd been trying to treat my hip issue that had been there for years, thanks to a lot of wear and tear from jiu-jitsu over a 14-year span. I was getting steroid shots in my hip and just a lot of different issues, torn labrum, frayed tendon, all these different things. And he looked at the film and said, look, this doesn't fix everything, but I can help you. I can relieve a lot of the pain you're in, which was substantial doing minor activities. So the idea of going that route and giving it a shot before surgery was absolutely desirable, and I was like, what do I have to lose at this point? I'd heard your testimonials, heard the people you talked to. I went for it. I couldn't be happier that I did.
Well, and I like the fact that he didn't make it sound like it was magic or anything, right?
Yeah,
so
very honest.
You're back to doing karate in the garage and
kicking watermelons and doing all kinds of activities.
Hey, so whether it's if it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. We've got you covered on Seahawks and Mariners, everything going on right now as we watch the field crew working on the field. Actually, just one guy on a tractor of some sort, dropping down markers, spraying the field. Dave is just, you're aching to get down there and see what's going on in person, aren't you?
Now I know what I'm going to do when I retire.
That looks like a great job.
Go apply for a groundskeeper job.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a finely manicured lawn out here. It looks really cool. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for the playoffs to begin this weekend for the Mariners, waiting to see if it's going to be the Guardians or the Tigers. That series tied at 1 apiece. Also happening this weekend in Seattle, very busy sports weekend out here, as the Seahawks will look to make it 4 in a row when they welcome the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to town. Big celebration happening, 50 greatest players being honored out there in the history of the franchise, 50 years of the franchise. So it's going to be a big celebration out at Lumen Field, as well as the Mariner game going on here. But take a look at the first injury report of the week, Dave, and some surprises, I guess, in a way. DeMarcus Lawrence, not a surprise. He did not practice, dealing with a quad injury. But Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon did not practice for the same injuries they were dealing with before. Hamstring for Julian, knee for Devin. Do you look at that and say, all right, they're just giving these guys rest. They're still not 100%, so we're going to work them back in slowly. Do we just need them ready for game day?
No, I mean,
or is that concerning, seeing that?
I don't really know. I think a lot of it has to be a factor of how much do you trust, DeAnthony Bell and Ty Okada and Darian Kendrick, and it worked out well the last time against the Saints. They played really well. So, maybe that gives you the luxury of, taking it easy and erring on the side of caution that you asked me during the break. Is that what they're doing? I'm not sure. I mean, I think for Mike, he wants to get those two guys. Those two guys are dynamic. Devin Witherspoon is he plays like nobody else. But then also Julian Love has that same kind of quick twitch where he is out there always playing as hard as he possibly can. So, and I don't think Mike ever wants to pass up an opportunity. So, it's not like baseball. I don't think, as far as like there's maybe a little bit more of an urgency, obviously, because of the number of games and how important every game is. And I'm not saying they're not important in baseball, but like you have a lot more chances. Yeah. So, the one that I'm really kind of maybe the most disappointed in is DeMarcus Lawrence. Haven't really seen from him what the real value is of DeMarcus Lawrence.
Right.
When they brought him over, and Mike just raved about him, and he's one of those guys that you can line up anywhere. You can line him up in the guard center gap, and he can get you a good pass rush. So, yeah, just not having him full speed, I think, is, kind of one of those that. But I would say that, I would say one of the two, Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon, is probably going to play. And then, the other one, Nicky Minwari, you were asking me, and I looked it up. I don't think he missed any games in college, so yeah. I don't think he was an injury guy. But, I mean, the guy was in one play, made a play, tackle for a loss, and that was it.
He got hurt. Yeah, he was full practice, by the way, so that's good.
Right. So he'll be available.
Yeah, which of the three, as much as I've said repeatedly, he was the draft pick I was most excited about. Just the potential of what he could be. Love that pick so much, and we haven't seen him other than that play. But also, I don't know what to expect out of him. I would rather have Witherspoon or Love available than Eamon because they have an immediate impact. We know what to expect from those guys. So hopefully they're being cautious with them. They'll be ready to go because I think you're going to need them against this team. And that's part of reestablishing, more importantly, their home dominance, because that just has not been the case for this team in a number of years preceding Mike McDonald. I mean, we were talking about when Pete was here. it had gone from a house of horrors where people did not want to play here. It was always problematic to, they were having losing records at home and just, they were decidedly better on they were 7-1 on the road last year and 3-6 at home.
Yeah, the one game they lost was the Monday Night Football game in Detroit where they had like 5 defensive starters that were injured.
Yeah.
But, 3-6, and then you start off the season with a loss here with San Francisco. So, you got to get that dominance back. But, I think one of the things that we're seeing, and I think that's why it was so smooth having, the backups in there with Ty Okada. You're starting to see the effect of having 2 years under your belt of running this defense, that, everybody understands it. And, like you were talking about earlier, the Baltimore defense is bad.
Yeah.
They're giving up like 40 points and 35 points. But I think, it takes a little while to get that defense down. And these guys have it down because when your backups come in and are that productive, everybody is in on it. Everybody understands the defense. So they're in a great spot that way. But would really love to see Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon, obviously.
Do you feel like the backups shined because they were playing the Saints? Like, do you expect the same thing against Baker Mayfield and this Bucs team? It's Spencer Rattler and the Saints versus, it seems a tougher task. I don't want to say it's because the Saints looked a lot better in their game after the Seahawks. Seahawks just whooped up on them, and then their next game they lost, but they played decidedly better than they did against the Seahawks, where they just looked like they were a mess.
Yeah, no, I don't remember seeing backups come in and have a better game than they've had. Josh Jobs, another guy you should mention, but no, I think it was more about just what they're able to do defensively because of, when you're sure exactly of what you're doing. Like we talked to Cliff Averill this week, and he was said just exactly what we've been saying about that defense in the Legion of Boom. Everybody knew exactly what they were going to run. It was very simple, and I think, if you get guys that are really talented and they know the defense and they're sure about, what's going on, then, you're going to get great play. And that's kind of what we're seeing out of the defense right now. So, in one respect, I think it's kind of comforting, but on the other, you're like, man, nobody plays like Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, you want those guys out there. As good as the backups were in that game, I want these guys out there. And hopefully, again, this is just them being cautious. All right, coming up, we're going to put our final thoughts on what we saw out here today at T-Mobile Park, dive in what to expect from them tomorrow. All of that coming your way with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the AL West champion Seattle Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710.
The Guardians take Game 2 of the best-of-3 wildcard series over the Tigers.
And Naylor serves one in the air. Deep to right field. 3-run homer.
Tomorrow, it's a do-or-die Game 3 between the Tigers and Guardians. Awaiting the winner?
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series, Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the sun was out earlier today, a beautiful day, and that's motorcycle weather. Take advantage of it while you can. And a lot of you ride year-round, whether it's cold, raining, what have you. Obviously, that's you're assuming a bit more of a risk. So if you're somebody, one of those people that have texted in talking about some of the accidents you've been in on your motorcycle, if you're talking to law firms right now, do yourself a favor and do not settle for a firm that tells you that they're motorcycle lawyers. You got to trust the ones who live it, and we know who that is. That's Law Tigers. They've been a part of the writing community for nearly a quarter century nationwide. And when you're in an accident, you're calling, looking for guidance, looking for help, you need somebody on the other line that's actually going to pick up the phone, and that's who they are. They are available 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support when they need it most. Now, you see Law Tigers everywhere, out at all the events, supporting all the clubs and shops. You see the tents, the vans. They're very present in the riding community. The Law Tigers are always by your side, and your case evaluation is completely free. There are no fees until your case settles. They don't get paid until you get paid. On top of that, they're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how much those things mean to you. You never ride alone with the Law Tigers. Washington's motorcycle lawyers, Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop, and boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Washington helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111. Or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
This is where you hear your AL West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. Bidding opens Thursday, October the 2nd at 10 a.m. and starts closing Thursday, October 9th at 10 a.m. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about a pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. So, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up, we'll turn you over to the coverage of Dodgers-Reds Game 2. Dodgers took Game 1 from the Reds, so we'll see what goes on. Shohei Ohtani, 2 home runs in that game. Teoscar Hernandez, 2 home runs in that game. How about that?
Yeah.
amazing. But then, the Reds tried to rally a little bit there. They had bases loaded with one out, I think, and they end up scoring some, walked home a couple of runs.
Yeah, the bullpen was faltering a bit for the Dodgers, but they had such a substantial lead that they were okay, and they come away with a win. So we'll see what happens in Game 2, whereas you still have the Yankees and Red Sox going on right now, and the Yankees just took the lead on the Red Sox. They're up 4-3 in that game. They dropped Game 1, and I'm sure every Yankee fan out there lamenting the fact that they had the bases loaded, bottom of the ninth, nobody out, and they could not plate a single run. So see if they are able to hang on to this slim lead right now as it sits, a 1-run lead. They've got runners on first and second, so we'll see what goes on there. Meanwhile, we were out here watching the scrimmage, the inter-squad game, and it was pretty cool to see. First of all, that they treated it like a real game here in the stadium, and that they had all the graphics going, they had the music going, they had the salmon run. Fans were here. We got to see Ichiro playing right field. It was just kind of a cool event out here.
Who won the salmon race?
Victor Robles. I'm just going on Shannon's word because I didn't see it.
I didn't either. That was hilarious.
I didn't hear you. Put the mic on. Turn the mic on. What'd you say?
So I went up to him in the clubhouse afterwards
Right.
because I looked up at kind of the last moment and I saw him passing the fish, and it was like it was a streak of pink, once again, like Cal said. And I'm like, wow, he raced the salmon. And I wasn't sure when he jumped in, but he would be in right field. So at some point, so I asked him in the clubhouse, and I was like, Victor, why'd you race them? And he said, I did not want Humpy to win. And I told him, look, you're going to be the villain, Victor. Is that okay? I can tell people you didn't want Humpy to win. And he said, yes, 0 wins. And he had like just a diabolical laugh. So he was having fun there.
I could see Dan going, no. I don't want to pull hamstring. I don't want to pull muscle. No.
He looked up and he had joined in the salmon race because, of course, he had.
So he joined in progress.
Yes, because they kind of ran by.
Okay.
If you think about it, I believe they came out of the center field tunnel there. And no doubt he's trotting out to right field. He sees it, and next thing you know, he's chasing salmon.
He seems like a wild man. I love, remember the time we were here and he came in, they'd swept somebody, and I can't remember who it was, but he comes in with the broom and he's screaming stuff out in Spanish. Just barges his way into the press conference. And
he's the energy guy.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Love it.
It was, I think this is going to be fun to watch tomorrow. We'll be out here tomorrow. We're going to do a split broadcast. This is what we do for our listeners. We're going to be doing double duty. You'll be out at Seahawks doing the broadcast from there. We'll have guests from there. I'll be here. Hopefully we'll get a player from here as well. So we'll have both things covered for you. You'll know what's going on with the Mariners scrimmage. You'll know what's going on down at the Seahawks facility as they prepare for the Bucs. So that's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow.
Yeah, it was cool being out here today. I think it was well worth it, and I love the fans that showed up. And then we saw Cal hit a home run. We saw him hit another one to the track.
Gino hit a home run.
Yep.
Which
Gino, that looked.
I want Gino feeling
good
going into this postseason. He's
good
a guy
vibes only.
Yeah, he's been no pun intended, hit and miss to say the very least. So get him rolling. Get postseason Randy going.
Yeah,
that's
postseason. Randy is phenomenal.
Those numbers are ridiculous. Those numbers are crazy.
Was it like 328?
Something like that. He's got over 1,000 OPS. He's just and it's not like he had one series. No, it was
132 games,
128 at bats, something like that. So you need those. But if any of this can make some of these guys feel like, okay, I'm finding my rhythm. I'm out here. Gino hitting that home run off Emerson Hancock. Just if that just gives him that feeling of, okay, I'm here. I got it. I got my timing. Then it's all worth it. It's all worth it. So hopefully we see a bit more of that tomorrow. I'm not sure if Ichiro is going to play in right field tomorrow. Do we know? Shannon, we don't know yet. It was fun seeing him out there. Even more fun, though, to see him make that catch and then look at the crowd and do the no-fly zone signal. And then Robles did that, too. He caught a line drive. Julio hits a line drive to right field. Robles catches it and looks at Julio and gives him the no-fly zone signal too. So that was well represented today. That was pretty cool.
No, it was great. Everybody seemed to have a good time. The fans were into it. Got the MVP chants going.
Yeah.
When Cal got up, and it was a great idea. And again, I don't know. I mean, I just hadn't heard that much about that going on in the playoffs, just because maybe it's because we've been so far removed from the playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs.
We don't
never had to deal with a bye.
Yeah, we don't care.
Yeah.
Never. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Mariners were playing right. When they were in the playoffs last, they were playing in that wild card round against Toronto, and they won that round, but there was no downtime. So this is all about getting guys in a rhythm and shaking off the rust, getting the proper guys rest that need the rest, and we'll see how they handle it tomorrow. But a pretty cool event. If you're coming out here tomorrow, I think you're going to have a good time watching these guys out here in a situation where it's loose, but you're playing. You're trying to get some things done there.
Yeah, and it's not all the intensity and everything, but just imagine how this place is just going to be rocking. And again, we talked about this at the start of the show that the crowd has been mentioned more than I've ever heard in baseball. Anyway, obviously in football it's a big deal, but the Mariner players, from Josh Naylor to Cal to everybody, they so appreciate it.
Yeah. And I like that the majority of them are talking about it unprompted. Some of them have been asked about this crowd.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think of the crowd? And some have brought it up completely on their own,
like Josh.
Yeah, and that's to me, I don't look at it as pandering to the crowd. That's this building makes a difference. It certainly, and I have no doubts this weekend is just going to be unbelievable. People are aching for this. The way these games sold out in a matter of moments tells you how excited people are. So I am so excited for this weekend. This is a huge sports weekend for Seattle, with the Seahawks going for 4 in a row. Mariners with a division series starting. It's going to be amazing. So that'll do it for us today. I want to thank our guests, Alyssa Charlston, Shannon Drayer, Jason Myers, Colt Emerson, and Matt Hasselbeck. If you missed any part of today's show, just head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture. Click on that. You'll find it all waiting for you right there. We'll talk to you tomorrow with Wyman and Bob.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, Seahawks tight end Elijah Arroyo.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well, and your story is like so many of our other patients who come in
and former athletes and non-athletes as well who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify a key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Freddie Freeman joins us now before Game 2 of this Wild Card Series. Whatever you guys did yesterday certainly worked. So outside of the contagious thing, from a preparation standpoint, when you have so many guys on the same page, sharing information, this is what I'm seeing, this is what we broke down on film. For people who don't know and aren't in those meetings, how helpful is that as a lineup?
Very helpful. So I think this doesn't go back to just yesterday. We've been playing really good baseball as of about 2-3 weeks ago where we've been clicking. Obviously, the starting pitching is what's going to win games in postseasons, and obviously Blake was phenomenal. But to get early runs to help that is huge. And for us as an offense, that's what we're trying to do. And against one of the best pitchers in the game, Hunter Green, throwing 100 miles an hour, you're just trying and take little things from him. Like if you can hit the heater, maybe he'll go to slider, and you can create some counts where you can go back to the heater. So in our hitters meetings, every single guy talks about their approach and their plan. So we have all done our homework going into this hitters meeting. And then our hitting coaches will say if we forget something, like as we're talking, like, hey, in this runner's in score position, he likes to do this and that. So I think listening, well, Shohei's a little different. Shohei says middle every time, and he seems to hit him. But for guys that are not Shohei, to hear other people talk about how they're going to attack him, how he's attacked us in the past. I've only had 3 plate appearances against Littell, and it's all been in relief, so it's going to be a little different for me going in. I watched a lot of his last start, so I think it's just keen for us to really lean on each other, and that's what we've been able to do. I mean, we've got a lot of guys who've been through postseasons before, and you got to play for the front of the jersey. That's all you should really care about, and I think that's what's so good about us, is that we're sharing our information, how we feel the ball plays, if it rides, if it runs, if it sinks more than it says on computers and data. So I think we got a good group of guys that are able to share information that helps us be able to attack going into the game.
I want to follow up on Shohei. Obviously, he says middle. Yeah. It's a little bit different. But what, as a fellow hitter, what stands out to you about him?
The way he can control a strike zone is incredible. I think when you know you have power to go line to line, that's huge. You can let the ball travel just a little bit longer than some other people, and where you don't have to just pull the ball for home runs. You can hit him 430 feet to left field, and you know he's going to be getting the best stuff, and for him to know and understand that and work counts and to strike fear right when you walk into the box. When you hear that song, he's feeling good, and you walk and you're a pitcher and you see him walking in, you're not feeling good. Doc said he was a once-in-a-generational player, and I corrected him and said it's once in an 8 generations of generational player. We'll never see someone like Shohei again. It truly is special, and for him to be doing it, hitting and pitching, it's just take a seat and just take a step back and just watch greatness. It really is incredible what he does. Every single day he seems to do something special, and what do you know? First at bat in the postseason, he hits a 130-mile-an-hour exit velocity home run. He truly is incredible.
Hey, great to catch up. Great to see you again. Good luck tonight, rest of the postseason.
Thanks, Tom.
That's Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman all had 2 hits last night. 5th time the Dodgers' top 3 players in their lineup had multiple hits in a postseason game. They've gone final in the Bronx.
3-2 with 2 down. Chisholm again will run. The pitch. Wells swings over first. Down the right field line. Fair ball. Kicks off the side wall. Picked up in right by Eaton around third. Chisholm dives. Save. He's in. And the Yankees take the lead. Wells stays at first. Austin Wells delivers, and a soft liner just inside the right field line.
Yeah, Roxy Bernstein, Austin Wells, 3rd Yankee with a go-ahead knock in the 8th inning or later against the Red Sox in the postseason. Last one to do it is manager Aaron Boone in 2003. They've gone final. Yanks 4-3 over the Red Sox. So there will be another 3rd and deciding game in this wild card round. The Dodgers hit a league-high 244 home runs this season, 5 in the series opener. Tonight's Game 2 red starter served up 36 this season. That doesn't even factor the challenge that is Yoshi Yamamoto. That's what's in front of Cincinnati, trying to become the 4th team to avoid elimination tonight. For the call, we send you to Dodger Stadium with Tim Kirkshin and Tom Hart.
All right, thank you. It is a beautiful evening in Chavez Ravine. And here at Dodger Stadium, Tom Hart with Tim Kirkshin as the Dodgers and Reds meet up for game number 2. The Dodgers have dominated this series over the course of the season. They've won 6 of 7 head-to-head, and 1 more win moves the Dodgers on and sends the Reds home. So, Tim Kirkshin, I ask you, how do the Reds force a decisive game 3?
Well, they have to go through one of the best pitchers in the game in Yoshi Yamamoto, who finished the season with 17 1/3 scoreless innings. That is the challenge for the Reds. But, Tom, anyone who saw them play this year, we know, no matter how corny it sounds, this team never gives up. They're too young to even understand where they are, and I don't think they're going to be fazed by this. They're going to come out and play. This should be really fun.
That's Tim's game plan, brought to you by eBay. Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for this Reds team, managed by Tito Francona, 83-79 over the course of the regular season. And after the loss last night, they have won 8 of their last 12, but 7 consecutive postseason losses. Leading off in center field is the left-handed hitting T.J. Friedl. Batting second is left fielder Spencer Steer. And in the 3-hole, the designated hitter, former Dodger Gavin Lux. Austin Hayes will bat cleanup in right. Sal Stewart gets a start at first base, a 21-year-old rookie. Bats in the 5-hole. All-star Ellie De La Cruz hits 6 and starts at shortstop. And the bottom third of the order has Tyler Stevenson catching, batting 7th. Brian Hayes, the third baseman, will bat 8th. And batting in the 9 hole, second baseman Matt McClain. The Dodgers line up like this defensively. Kike Hernandez is in left field. Andy Pages with 10 outfield assists to his name is in center. And Teoscar Hernandez, who had a pair of home runs last night, starts in right field tonight. Max Muncy's at third. Mookie Betts at short. Miguel Rojas moves into the starting lineup at second base for Tommy Edman. And Freddie Freeman, the postseason veteran and reigning World Series MVP, is at first base with rookie Ben Wartvedt behind the plate. It is 71 degrees. There is not a cloud in the sky. They got the lights already on here at Chavez Ravine, but they're not needed just yet. The Dodgers have taken the field in their home white uniforms. Dodgers across the chest in script, interlocking LA design on blue caps and striking red numerals on the left side. The Reds in their road grays head to toe today, red lettering with white shadows and red caps with the C on top as they look to end a postseason losing streak of 7 consecutive games. Yoshinobu Yamamoto gets a start. The Dodgers signed him last offseason for 12 years and $325 million. He's 26 years old. Tim, he had success in the postseason last year, and he had a ton of success in big games playing in the Japanese League in the postseason.
Right, and the only pitcher with a lower ERA than him the second half of this year was Paul Skeens, and nobody had a lower ERA than Yamamoto in the month of September. He is the hottest pitcher in the game at the moment. He might be the best pitcher in the National League Series right now. Any of them. That's how good he has been, especially lately.
17 1/3 scoreless innings pitched to close the regular season for Yamamoto. He primarily uses a 5-pitch mix. We'll see a 4-seam fastball, a splitter, a curveball, cutter, and a sinker. He throws his 4-seamer an average at 95, and opponents hitting a $194 against it.
And Tom, let's keep an eye on that splitter. The league hit 136 against it this year. And in the month of September, in at-bats that ended on a splitter, opponents went 1 for 22. It is a devastating pitch and just 1 of 5 that he throws.
We are ready to go. Yamamoto will go into his windup, step straight back towards second. Quick hold, it comes home, and the first pitch is in for a strike on a curveball to T.J. Friedl, who swings the first pitch less often than anyone else in baseball, and so he didn't there either. 0 for 4 last night with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. And the second offering is a curveball low, and the count 1-1.
Now, this is a great start for Yamamoto because he got ahead 0-1. A lot of times he's so perfect about what he wants to do. He gets behind 1-0 once in a while, a little too often. One batter, first pitch strike.
And the 1-1, swing and a miss. First splitter of the game. That's the one you were just talking about. Friedl 1 for 3 against Yamamoto this season. He got a start against the Reds on July 28th. He only allowed 1 run over 7 innings, struck out 9 against a couple of walks. Third baseman Max Muncy's playing deep and way off the line, almost over towards short. And Mookie Betts is shaded towards the bag at second. Outfield playing the lefty the opposite way. Here's the 1-2. Low and away with the splitter again. That comes in at 93, and the count goes at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tim, the Reds fell behind 1-0 early last night on Shohei Ohtani's home run in the home half of the first inning. I feel like runs early will be key for him tonight.
Right, and they have really struggled in the 7 games they played against the Dodgers this year. Batting average well under 200.
Here's the wind and the 2-2. And Friedl sends it high to left field. Racing is Kike Hernandez back to the warning track and reaches up and makes the catch. What a grab by Kike Hernandez.
He went a long way to get that ball. Now let's understand, Kike plays center field. He plays the middle infield. Here he's in left field, and that was a really difficult play because that ball was over his head, and then he had to reach back over his left shoulder to make that play. What a start.
And now Spencer Steer at the dish, and he gets hit by a pitch, a first pitch curveball against the right-hander. And there's 1 on and 1 out. Here at Dodger Stadium, it's 330 down the lines, 375 to each power alley. 395 is the mark on the wall in center field. Not a single breeze to speak of unless the Goodyear blimp's kicking out some exhaust. That's all we'll see so far tonight. One on, one out after the hit by pitch, and former Dodger Gavin Lux at the plate. Lux bats from the left side, and the first pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs, and it count 1-0. Lux has 31 games of postseason experience, 2 home runs in that span. He has more postseason experience than all of the other Reds combined. Yamamoto having to go from the stretch. The second offering is a cutter at the top of the zone for a strike. 1-1.
And Lance Barrett behind the plate calls a lot of strikes. We should be used to that. He's got a big zone. Guys better be hacking tonight.
From the stretch, Yamamoto with Steer over at first. Swing and a miss, and the splitter. And the count goes to 1-2. Lux 0 for 3 head-to-head with Yamamoto earlier this season.
Tom, the split looks exactly like the fastball out of his hand, and then at the last second it just disappears, and that's a perfect example right there.
And so Lux trying to figure out which of the 5-pitch mix he's going to go with here. Tiny lead for Steer at first. The pitch, swinging a ground ball foul at first on a curveball. And the count of 1-2 strikes to Gavin Lux, who finished the season on a high note over his last 12 games, a .359 batting average with 5 extra base hits. He's deep in the batter's box on the left side with his left foot on top of the chalk. Yamamoto looks off the distance at third, now peers home, comes home, and misses low with the split finger.
And they are really playing Lux to left center field. There is a huge gap between center fielder and right fielder, and a lot of room down the right field line. If Lux can pull a ball here, he can run for a long time.
And on top of that, Teoscar Hernandez is the least skilled outfielder in this Dodgers lineup tonight. Freeman holding on Steer. Yamamoto has really slowed the tempo here. The 2-2, broken back ground ball to second, chance for 2. Rojas to Betts on the first, late, and Lux beats it out. The barrel, or at least a shard of it, ended up just in front of Miguel Rojas on the infield grass. The handle was dropped off near home plate.
And Rojas had to deal with the barrel of a bat flying right at him, as well as a ground ball. Lux runs well enough. There's no way they were going to get him at first in a double play, but really good pitch by Yamamoto there. Just broke his bat in half.
The bat was tumbling end over end. Yamamoto steps off the back. No throw over to first as Austin Hayes stands in from the right side. .266 average with 15 home runs during the season for Hayes, who's appearing in his 7th postseason game. He had 1 hit and 3 at-bats last night, and a first pitch fastball inside, but called a strike with the 4-seamer, 0-1. And Hayes checks with Lance Barrett, and Barrett says, "You should check my LinkedIn page." Right. Tim was just talking about it.
Like I said, be ready. Lots of called strikes tonight.
Hayes reverse splits. He's been better against righties and lefties over the course of this season. The pitch, swinging a pop-up right side. Long run, Hernandez racing in towards the line. Rojas back there, and Hernandez drops it off of his glove, and a fair ball. A wide turn from third, but Lux won't advance any further. And the Reds are trying to take advantage of a Dodgers miscue. And that long run from Hernandez, it just bounced off the heel of his mitt.
And the Dodgers are considering reviewing this because, of course, the rule is where is the ball when it is touched? Is it in fair territory? And absolutely, that ball was touched in fair territory, and Teoscar Hernandez just missed it. He's not a particularly good outfielder. He's gotten a whole lot better in the last couple months. That ball, Tom, that ball's got to be caught.
We saw it earlier today. The Red Sox-Yankees series. Here's Sal Stewart now. And Sal Stewart looks at a first pitch strike, 0-1. He's got 2 men in scoring position in front of him. Gavin Lux at third, and Austin Hayes moved all the way to second. Stewart only appeared in 18 games during the regular season. He was a September call-up, and a swing and a miss and a curveball, 0-2. He is an aggressive swinger.
And a confident hitter. Tito Francona said, I haven't met too many young hitters as confident as this kid. He thinks he can hit anyone because wherever he's been, he has hit. But he's up against it tonight against a great pitcher in an elimination game on the road.
Huge opportunity for the Reds in the top of the first. They are on their feet and waving towels here at Dodger Stadium. Yamamoto trying to bounce back after the error by Hernandez. From the stretch with 2 aboard, the 0-2. Just low. Didn't chase the splitter.
And Tom, as you know, 2-out errors like this just extend the inning, add to the pitch count. He's got to find a way to get out of this, but these are extra pitches that the Dodgers would rather not use right now.
Stewart has homered 5 times in 58 at-bats in the regular season, and he sends this one foul to the right side.
Well, he has had 2 really good swings. Even though one was a swing and miss, he is right on this. But, again, just when you think you're right on Yamamoto, the pitches he's got is such an assortment.
If nothing else, they've made Yamamoto work a little bit here in the first inning because of the error in right. This will be his 19th pitch of the opening frame. The 1-2 misses low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And those extra pitches certainly can make a difference when it means getting into this Dodgers bullpen as early as possible. They've walked over 5 per 9 innings pitched over the last 17 games. 2-2 from Yamamoto. Swinging a ground ball to the right side under the glove of Freddie Freeman and into right field. Lux has scored. They will wave home Austin Hayes. No throw. And the Reds have their first lead of this postseason. Sal Stewart, the rookie, takes it the opposite way and drives in a pair. 2-0 Cincinnati.
A great piece of hitting by Sal Stewart, who we told you is a hit machine. And he's not just some big guy who's trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He's got a really good idea of how to hit. He's worked with Manny Machado in the offseason in Miami. He's worked with Mike Lowell, Raul Ibanez, and we saw it right here. He takes a ball on the inside part of the plate and shoots it past Freddie Freeman to an open spot.
Not too many of them get past the 6'5 Freeman as Ellie De La Cruz stands in from the left side. First pitch of De La Cruz is a curveball that catches the outer edge. That's in for strike 1. De La Cruz was 0 for 3 last night. He drove in a pair. The Reds got some offense late thanks to the generosity of the Dodgers bullpen. 3 home runs in his last 10 games, including last night for De La Cruz.
So there goes the 17 1/3 scoreless innings by Yamamoto, and an error has a lot to do with it.
Yamamoto delivers, and De La Cruz looks at a 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer away.
And Yamamoto has been so efficient during this amazing stretch he's been on, but 21 pitches already in the first inning.
The pitch with the runner going, swing and a miss, and it takes it to 1-2. It was a delayed steal, it seemed, for Sal Stewart, who got off to a good secondary lead, didn't see anybody react, and decided just to go ahead and pick up an extra 90.
And Ben Rortvedt had no shot at that. That was a splitter in, and he couldn't even get a throw off.
1-2 on the way, and De La Cruz patiently watches that one miss low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 22 home runs and 86 driven in for De La Cruz in a season in which he started all 162. Second year as an all-star for Cincinnati. 2-2. That's low. Full count. Reds have a tough task ahead of them, not just facing Yamamoto, but the most powerful offense in the league on the other side with the Dodgers. Second in baseball with 244 home runs in the regular season. And trying to build on this early opportunity. 3-2 to Ellie De La Cruz. Swing and a miss. Got him on the curveball, and that will close the first inning. It took Yamamoto 26 pitches to find 3 outs, and the Reds take advantage of the Hernandez error. They get 2 runs across on just 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. It's the middle of the first inning. It's the Reds 2, Dodgers coming up. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tom Hart with Tim Kirkjian. It's a 2-0 lead for the Reds, and Shohei Ohtani strides to the plate in the bottom of the first inning to face Reds right-hander Zach Littell. Littell 10-8 with a 3.31 ERA. Came over the trade deadline and went 2-0 with the Reds. Ohtani hit a leadoff home run yesterday, and the first pitch to him is a fastball just off the plate outside, 1-0.
And Littell is a strike-throwing machine. His 4% walk rate is lowest of any pitcher with 60 starts the last 2 years.
Second offering is waved at on a slider that time. Littell throws a slider, split finger, four-seamer, sinker in that order. Slider predominantly, he uses it 28% of the time. Half swing by Ohtani, and he committed to it. And while Shohei Ohtani homered twice last night, Tim, he also struck out a few times.
Yeah, 3 times last night, 187 times during the season. You know, his chase rate in the month of September went way down as he's attempting to get ready for the postseason. He hit 2 balls awfully hard last night.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball chopped to the right side. Backing up at first is Stewart. He tosses to Littell, covering the bag. And there's one down. Here's a look at the Dodgers batting order. It's Ohtani leading off. Mookie Betts, a shortstop, bats second. And then Freddie Freeman at first base hitting third. Middle third of the order, Teoscar Hernandez in right. Max Muncy at third. Andy Pages in center field. In the bottom third, features Kike Hernandez in the 7-hole and left. Miguel Rojas, the second baseman, hits 8th, and Ben Wortvet, the rookie catcher, gets another postseason start. He's in the 9-hole. Here's Mookie Betts, and Betts looks at a first pitch four-seamer for a strike, 0-1. Betts 1 for 9 all time against Littell with a couple of strikeouts, who's pitched as both a reliever and a starter throughout his career. Swinging a foul ball into the seats.
And because he throws so many strikes, he's around the strike zone all the time. Not many swings and misses, and the home run is the big issue with him. 36 homers allowed this year in 186 2/3 innings.
Big right-hander swing, and that one's lined into left field past the reach of Hayes. It will roll all the way up against the left field fence. Steer scoops it up, and Mookie Betts, who had a horrendous start to the season, finally swinging a bat with some confidence here in the last month.
Right, he led the team in hits and RBIs in the month of September. And once he finally acknowledged my season is lost when it comes to a statistical point, this is when he's really started to hit, where he said, all right, I'm not going to hit 300 and have a great year, but I can help my team win. And there's a one-out double to get the Dodgers going.
And it's Freddie Freeman at the plate with Betts standing at second base. You can hear the chants, and the World Series MVP takes a called strike on a fastball, 0-1. Ellie De La Cruz is playing behind Betts at second base. Playing Freeman straight up the middle. Littell checks the runner. Comes home. And it's fouled back to the screen by Freddie.
And you spoke to Freddie before the game. How did that go?
Well, it started off with a hug. He hugs everybody, as you know. And we talked about the hitters meeting that occurred right before the game. And he said it's unique. We all participate. Except Shohei just says 2 words. Middle, middle. That's all I need. 0-2 is fouled off. But his point about Littell is here's a guy that I haven't faced much. He's just 1 for 3, and that was as a reliever. So I don't have a great look at him. But there are other guys in our room that have seen him more. And so as we talk as a group, we get to hear everybody speak about that opposing starting pitcher, and I can glean something from my teammates. Littell looks at Betts and comes home. And a swing and a miss for Freeman on the slider, and that is out number 2. I feel like the slider's the key pitch. He throws it a lot. And the Dodgers are second in baseball in slugging against sliders this year at a .413 clip.
Right. He throws the slider 27% of the time. The league has hit .290 off that slider this year. But if he can command that pitch as he just did, that's a big boost for him.
So here's Teoscar Hernandez. And the first pitch fastball is just a part of it. It was a sinker, just a hair up in the zone.
Teoscar, of course, 2 homers last night, same as Ohtani. Only the second time the Dodgers have had 2 guys with a multi-homer game in the same postseason game.
And he pops this one up to shallow right. Late jump for Austin Hayes, but he'll have plenty of space and plenty of time. And that will close the first inning. No runs after a Mookie Betts double. He's the lone man left on. And after 1 inning of play in Los Angeles, it's the Reds 2. Dodgers nothing. This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The stage is set for MLB's postseason. Every throw, every swing, every moment hits harder. See who breaks through. And when these players step up,
oh my word, what a play. Can't do it any better than that.
The crowd loses its mind. October hits different. Postseason 2025. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball. Trademarks used with permission.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
A rollicking start for the Cincinnati Reds as they take a 2-0 lead into the top of the second inning. It'll be the bottom third of the order. Tyler Stevenson, Ke'Bryan Hayes, and Matt McClain to the plate. If anybody reaches, TJ Friedel will come up. Yoshinobu Yamamoto saw his 17 1/3 inning scoreless streak snapped in the first inning when the Reds got an RBI 2-run single from Sal Stewart. And here's Tyler Stevenson to lead off in this righty-righty matchup. First offering is in for a strike according to Lance Barrett with the sinker. It's interesting watching Yamamoto's windup. It is almost perfect. It is so clean that you rarely see it. He rocks back with his left foot almost directly towards second. That time he hits the bottom of the edge with a fastball at 97. 0-2.
And he's such a perfectionist about everything that he's always looking, I'm told, for the perfect throw, the perfect pitch. And they have to tell him sometimes, quantity is just as important as perfection. You can't be perfect on every pitch, but he tries.
Steps into the windup in the 0-2. and it's low and away from Tyler Stevenson. Went 1 for 4 last night with a double and a run driven in.
He's got real good power. 13 homers this year, limited play. Also, 3 at-bats lifetime against Yamamoto, all 3 strikeouts.
Yamamoto holds the glove just under his chin, peers over the top of it as he goes in the windup, and he gets a swing and a miss on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Back-to-back Ks for Yamamoto, going back to De La Cruz in the first.
So that's 4 at-bats, 4 strikeouts now. Again, that's what Yamamoto can do to any hitter. When you're trying to guess through the 6 pitches that he throws, it can be a nightmare because guessing along with him is not easy.
This is his 3rd career start against the Reds. In the first 2, he combined to strike out 17 Cincinnati batsmen. Here's Ke'Bryan Hayes, who was hitless last night. And the first pitch to Hayes is a fastball low and away from the right-hander, 1-0.
As we said, last 6 starts, 50 strikeouts, 18 hits allowed.
Here's the 1-0. Fouled straight back.
No Dodger ever has had a 6-start stretch where he allowed 18 hits and 50 strikeouts. Not Sandy Koufax, not Clayton Kershaw, not Dazzy Vance, no one except for this guy.
It's Yamamoto. That's it. That's the list. Wine in the 1-1. Fastball in for a strike. He's really leaning on that 4-seamer more here the last couple of batters than he did early in the top of half of the order. Throws it 36% of the time on average. Low and away with the curveball, 2-2.
And the league's hit 194 off the 4-seamer. There really isn't any of the 6 pitches that anyone has really barreled for the most part this year.
Now the sinker has been the best pitch for the opposition. That's a 4-seamer at 97. And he only throws that 8% of the time. They're hitting 244 off of that one. Outfield shading the right-handed hitting Hayes the opposite way. Huge gap in left center. Reds lead 2-0. We're in the second. Yamamoto delivers. Swinging a chopper to third. Muncy casually gloves. Looks at the ball in his bare hand before the throw over to Freddie Freeman. And there are 2 down.
Muncy, of course, has been battling lower body soreness. Did not play the final weekend of the season in Seattle. Seems to be moving okay. That was a routine play, but if they're going to go as far as they need, he needs to get a little healthier at third base.
So does Tommy Edman, who's not making the start tonight. He was pulled out of the game in the late innings last night, replaced by Miguel Rojas, who starts this evening. Matt McClain at the dish now, and he looks at a curveball for strike 1.
Yeah, Edman has a bum ankle, and any rest they can give him, and of course Rojas is an elite defensive second baseman.
McClain had a 2 for 4 night last night in the first game of the series. Swing and a miss on the sinker that time. He came up with a double with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. That was the first hit for the Reds against Blake Snell, who was magnificent. 9 Ks over 7 innings. He had the changeup working. 0-2 on the way. Fastball upstairs, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That sinker he throws, Tom, he throws at 95 miles an hour. When I first started covering, you throw a sinker at 82. Now we're throwing it in the mid to upper 90s.
Here's the 1-2 now from Yamamoto. And low and in with the splitter. 2 runs on 1 hit in the first inning for the Reds. They took advantage of a Teoscar Hernandez error to put 2 runners in scoring position before Sal Stewart came through with that first hit. Line in the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a 96-mile-an-hour sinker that time. He has struck out 3 of the last 4. Yamamoto has found his rhythm. It's the middle of the 2nd inning. Reds 2, Dodgers nothing. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's Kelly Clarkson here to talk all things Wayfair, the best place to buy furniture, decor, and anything else you can think of to create a home you absolutely love. I know when I shop with Wayfair, I find options for every style, whether I'm feeling boho or farmhouse, modern, traditional, French country. I can find exactly what I need for my home and more. No matter your space, style, or budget, shop Wayfair.com to make your home way more you.
Wayfair, every style, every home. This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine.
Wow. Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tom Howard, Tim Kirkchin. It's a 2-0 Reds lead as we go to the bottom of the second. Don't miss the Tigers and Guardians Game 3 of the AL Wildcard Series tomorrow afternoon on ESPN and ESPN Radio. Also on Sirius XM Channel 81. Cleveland even the series with a 6-1 win today. The Tigers, Tim, have played 129 postseason games in their history. 15 men left on base as they did today than most they've ever left stranded.
And the Guardians just do not give up. They were in trouble today and came back to win.
Here's Max Muncy leading off. And the first pitch is a fastball from Zach Littell. And the count is 1-0.
Small sample, 2 for 5 lifetime with 2 homers off Littell for Muncy.
Littell delivers a swing and a miss. Got him on the slider that time, 1-1. Zach Littell allowed 36 home runs during the regular season, second most in baseball. 29-year-old from Mebane, North Carolina. This is blown away. Originally came up with the Twins. He's a big right-hander, 6'4", 250 pounds. The Reds have put a couple power forwards on the mound to start this series each of the last 2 nights. 2-1. Swing and a line drive, smoke to right field. Austin Hayes drifting towards his left, and he makes the catch. 1 down.
Littell started the year 0-5 and finished with a winning record. Not easy to do. The last pitcher to do that was Scott Erickson with the Orioles in 1999. So this guy gets knocked around, but he still finds a way to steady himself, especially by throwing a lot of strikes.
Here's Andy Paez, who's 0 for 4 last night. And the first pitch to him is at the top of the zone with the slider, and the count 0-1. Go back to that hitters meeting that Freddie Freeman was telling me about. And he said we all go around and share what we've seen as Littell misses inside. That's it hit him, just clipped Paez, and so he will reach on a hit by pitch, and it brings postseason slugger Kike Hernandez to the plate. The joke about Shohei Ohtani was he doesn't say much. He only says 2 words, which is middle, meaning that's all I'm looking for. And Freddie went on to crow about how good Shohei Ohtani is. He said, I corrected Dave Roberts. He said he was a once-in-a-generation player. I said, no, more like 8 generations. Here's Kike Hernandez, who turns into a superhero in the postseason. Chops this one to third, though, in the first pitch. Hayes with the glove and the throw over. 1 pitch to Kike Hernandez for out number 2. And that brings Miguel Rojas to the plate. Rojas has played in 14 postseason games, a .216 postseason hitter. One of the things Freddie and I talked about was his ability, and this you could say about all the experience this Dodgers team has in staying calm when the lights come on in the postseason. First pitch strike on a sinker, 0-1. And he said, all of the extra stuff, the cameras, the media, the starting lineups introduced, the odd start times, all of that happens before the game starts. He said, really, once you get out there, you just roll right into another game. Flare foul down the right side. That one will reach the netting in front of the first row. Now, Freddie Freeman has played 63 postseason games, Tim. His first postseason game, he felt pretty comfortable. He had 3 hits in the game against the Cardinals. It was the infield fly game.
Well, Freddie's had more than a few 3-hit games in the postseason and in his major league career. A first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt.
1 on, 2 out, the 0-2. And a fastball upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zach Littell worked his way around a 1-out Mookie Betts double in the first inning. And now with Andy Pages at second base, he's trying to work around having a runner in scoring position here in the second inning as Reds lead 2-0. Pitch to Rojas. Swinging on a line drive to the shortstop, Ellie De La Cruz, who leans to his left and finds it in his leather. No runs, no hits, no errors. A hit batter, and the Dodgers have stranded 2 through 2. At the end of the second inning of play, it's Cincinnati 2, Los Angeles nothing. This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Baseball's #1 digital destination is the MLB app. And this app's got game, like game highlights, live games, fantasy games, and more.
The gem of the game.
This is baseball your way, with stats, scores, breaking news, and daily custom content that hits every time.
A monster shot.
Because here, you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow.
All year long.
So when they catch it on the field,
what a catch!
You catch it on the MLB app. Download today. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto goes into his 3rd inning of work and 2nd trip through the Reds batting order as we start the 3rd with TJ Friedl, then Spencer Steer and Gavin Lux. The Reds hold a 2-0 lead on the Dodgers in a must-win game for Cincinnati. Yamamoto retired the side in order in the 2nd inning. He needed just 15 pitches after a 26-pitch first frame. Friedl leads all of baseball in bunt hits, and so Max Muncy is in on the grass, the 3rd for the left-hander. And a first pitch strike taken by Friedl at 96.
Friedl hit the ball really hard his first time up. A deep fly ball over Kike Hernandez's head, but he ran it down just short of the warning track.
Yamamoto into the windup and the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Freddie Freeman backhands on his shoe top. Will take it by himself over to the bag, and there is one down. The Mariners are getting ready for the postseason. They had a split squad scrimmage today in front of 5,000 paying fans. Suiting up for the opposite team was a Hall of Famer. Ichiro Suzuki decided to get out there and play full uniform.
No surprise, and I bet he was really good. Have you seen him throw lately? He's been retired for years, and he's still got a cannon.
The Dodgers Japanese contingent were excited to greet him when they went to Seattle to close the season as Spencer Steer looks at a first pitch strike.
He got a lot of 0-1 counts so far. That's the key for Yamamoto. Don't be so perfect on that first pitch. Throw a strike.
Steer was hit by a pitch his first time up, and now fastball in for a strike, and they count 0-2. 2-0 Reds, 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, no runs on a hit, and 1 error for the Dodgers. Yamamoto delivers and just misses with a curveball low and away. Takes his time, bends over at the waist, now steps into the windup with a pause. 1-2. Popped out of play to the right side and into the seats.
Spencer Steer playing left field tonight, played first base, and he's a very good defensive first baseman.
There's some positional versatility with these Reds. Ground ball pulled foul down third. Trip Gibson has the line. The rest of the men in blue.
Sal Stewart, certainly not the defensive first baseman that Spencer Steer is, but again, for a young guy, he can really swing the bat, and he got the big 2-run single in the first inning.
Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Here's the wind. And the 1-2 on the way to Steer. Miss low. Dodgers trying to repeat as world champs. Haven't seen that in nearly a quarter century since the Yankees finished off their run. 3 straight. 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Got him with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Strikeout number 4. 2 down.
And that's 6 straight batters retired by Yamamoto. And again, this is what he's looked like last 6 batters for the last 6 starts. Just absolutely in complete control with 6 different pitches, in and out, up and down.
Gavin Lux down to the count, 0-1. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Yamamoto. We'll have at least 3 game 3s tomorrow. Yankees forced it with a 4-3 win tonight over the Red Sox. Cleveland beat Detroit 6-1, that offering low. And the Padres blanked the Cubs 3-0.
Tom, with these 3-game series, let's play a ball. That's the way to go.
Haven't done that much.
It's amazing how many sweeps there have been since we went to this format.
Yamamoto delivers the 1-1. Fly ball left center field. Paez on the run. Kike Hernandez moves over, and he will handle it for the second time in this game. It is now 7 straight retired since Sal Stewart drove in a pair of runs for the Reds. No runs, hits, errors, or men left on in the third. We go to the bottom half. Cincinnati 2, Los Angeles nothing. You're listening to the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're listening to the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Red starting right-hander Zach Littell carries a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third inning, as he looks to complete his first trip through the order. Ben Wertvet, the rookie catcher, leading things off. Tom Hart with Tim Kirkjian. Final game of the day in his wild card round. We'll have 3 more game 3s tomorrow. Reds need a win tonight to give us 4 of them. Wertvet went 1 for 4 in his postseason debut last night. Bats from the left side against the right-hander Littell. And the first pitch from Littell is a fastball for a strike.
Of course, the everyday catcher Will Smith coming back from a broken hand. He was really sore yesterday. He can pinch it. I'm sure we'll see him tonight. But when he'll catch again, not clear if it'll be tomorrow if there is a game.
0-1 is in for a strike. Back-to-back fastballs. Smith got some work done on the workout day on Monday. The key, according to Brian Roberts, was his throwing and the pain that causes him in his hand. They tried to keep him off the injured list during the season, but he eventually went on there for 10 days after trying to work his way back. Opposite field shot off the bat of the rookie into the left field corner on a line. Scooped up by Steer, and Wortvet cruises into second with a leadoff double.
Well, Rortvedt has done a really nice job behind the plate since being acquired from the Rays. But here, he takes a ball on the inside part of the plate and up, pulls those hands in, and there was an enormous gap near the third base bag, and he rifled it over and leads off with a double here. When your 9-hitter leads off with a double and then gets to the top of the order.
It's Shohei Ohtani who chops one to the right side on the first pitch, handled by McLean, throw over. It does advance the runner as Ohtani grounds out to second, and Wortvet is now at third for Mookie Betts. One down.
Ohtani has never faced Zach Littell before, and I think that benefits the pitcher. When you've never seen him before, he had a difficult at bat and then a first pitch out there in his second at bat.
Mookie Betts doubled his first time up and looks at a first pitch strike, 0-1. Shohei also always, Freddie talked about this pregame, he always gets the opposing pitcher's best stuff. Well, Littell has, quite frankly, very average stuff. Swing and a soft line drive into right center field. Wortvet comes home. Betts has his second hit of the game, and the Dodgers are on the board here in the third. RBI single, Mookie Betts.
And Tom, this is such a good development for the Dodgers. The way that Mookie has swung the bat in the month of September and now 2 for 2 in the month of October. And once they get their full lineup together, that's Will Smith completely healthy and Mookie swinging the way he is, this is the best offensive team in the National League.
Freddie Freeman homered 24 times during the regular season, and he swings right through a fastball there, 0-1. Freeman struck out swinging in the first after a 2-for-4 night last night. He has an OPS of .901 throughout his postseason appearances, and he lifts this one high and deep down the left field line, tailing foul, and that will indeed find the seats about 3 rows back.
5 steals against Littell this year, only 1 caught stealing, so he's relatively hard. Not many people run on him, but 5 out of 6 have made it. We'll see if Mookie's got something in mind here.
He pitches from the first base side of the rubber. Stewart holds on Betts. There's a throw over. Tag applied late. Betts on the season, 8 of 10 on the bases.
Yeah, I can't see Mookie running here, not with Freddie at the plate, especially 0-2 count.
Swing and another one fouled off to the left side. Freddie Freeman in his last 6 postseason games has been a .333 hitter with 4 home runs and 12 ribbies, a .958 slugging percentage. Of course, you remember his heroics from the postseason and specifically the World Series last year. Littell from the stretch. Kicks and comes home. Ground ball to the right side, and that one's gloved by McLean on a dive. Littell covers the bag. Wow. That was perfectly played by the Reds. Stewart couldn't reach it, but McLean got there, and Littell, putting in all that PFP, was able to cover the bag and not panic.
A really nice play here by McLean to get this ball before, but Zach Littell is a big man, and he really got off the mound quickly there. Otherwise, Freddie Freeman, who doesn't run real well, would have beaten this play, but Littell was way ahead of things. And you're right, PFP in spring training for plays right like that.
Littell 6'4", 250. First pitch strike to Teoscar Hernandez. 4 ribbies last night for Hernandez, and starting with a 3-run home run That came in the third inning and gave the Dodgers a 5-0 start to the game. Runner at second, dances off, ground ball on a broken bat to short. De La Cruz handles it knee high, throws easily across the diamond, and the Dodgers once again work out of what could have been trouble. Mortvedt gets a run home on the shot from Betts. It's one run on a couple of hits, but a man left. We are through with 3 innings of play. It's the Reds 2, Dodgers 1. This is the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel podcast with the stars of the MCU.
Everybody's going to be talking about whether we're casting for this character.
The creators of Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man is the greatest fictional character in history.
And Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
giving you exclusive access to Marvel's adventures like never before. The official Marvel podcast. New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Jim Basketball in our Baseball Tonight studios. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the National League Wildcard Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Time for today's trivia, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. After losing game 1 in the wild card round, 18 of the 20 teams have lost the series. Who are the only 2 teams to win the wild card series after dropping the opener? There is a caveat to this answer. And again, trivia is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. 2-1 Reds looking to become the 4th team to force a deciding 3rd game today. On to the 4th at Dodger Stadium with Tim Kirkshin and Tom Hart.
All right, thanks. Both happened during the COVID season, right, Tim? I know you were told not to answer the question. But.
Well, I don't know the answer to the question. I got last night correctly, but I'm not sure what the answer is. It's a good one.
Here's Austin Hayes leading off the 4th inning for Cincinnati. And Hayes flinches at a cutter that's in for a strike from Yamamoto. He only throws a cutter 11% of the time.
Last 4 batters, though, he's thrown a first pitch strike, which is so important for him.
Here's the 0-1. Ground ball up the middle, backhanded behind the bag for Rojas, and his throw over retires Hayes. Yamamoto turned into Gregory Hines, had to tap dance out of the way of that one right underneath his spikes.
Right, and Rojas was playing him right up the middle. You know, we can't shift like we used to, but that's as close as he can to get to second base, and the ball was hit right to him. That ball was hit hard.
And now Sal Stewart at the dish. A 2-run single last time up for the Reds production tonight. And first pitch in for a strike from Yamamoto.
Stewart was the #1 pick of the Reds, and as Tito Francona told us before the game, even though he's young, he's not going to run away from what's in front of him.
0-1, little ground ball on the opposite way, gathered by Rojas, and he flips it over to first. 2 up and 2 down. Yamamoto is now truly in the rhythm. He has retired 9 in a row since Stewart's RBI single. And it has come, as you mentioned, on a lot of first pitch strikes as Ellie De La Cruz comes to the plate. Well, Yamamoto got off to a slow start in his postseason debut against the Padres last year. Only lasted 3 innings. And allowed 5 runs. Then he put it together the next few starts as De La Cruz looks at a strike. But he dominated the postseason in Japan before coming over stateside. He won 3 consecutive MVPs. Their Cy Young Award. And that one just missed. And pitching triple crowns in his final 3 seasons with the Oryx Buffaloes. He had a game in the 23, game 6 of the Japan series in 23 as they were facing elimination. He went complete game and for a strike. 138 pitches in what was his final start as a pro in Japan. Struck out 14 and did walk a batter. Yamamoto into the wind of the pitch to De La Cruz. Swing and a fly ball center field. Pages drifts back and will make the catch backtracking. That was an 8-pitch inning for Yamamoto. He's only thrown 20 over the last 2. We're in the middle of the 4th inning. Reds lead the Dodgers 2-1. This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Anyone who loves playing baseball or softball knows that one of the first steps in that journey is breaking in your first glove. It's where your love of the game began. Where does your child's baseball or softball journey begin? Go to playball.org to get started. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
It's Kelly Clarkson here to talk all things Wayfair, the best place to buy furniture, decor, and anything else you can think of to create a home you absolutely love. I know when I shop with Wayfair, I find options for every style, whether I'm feeling boho or farmhouse, modern, traditional, French country. I can find exactly what I need for my home and more. No matter your space, style, or budget, shop Wayfair.com to make your home way more you. Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is the National League Wild Card Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tom Hart alongside the Luddite Tim Kirkchin as we move on to the bottom of the 4th inning. It'll be Muncy, Pages, and Kike Hernandez due up. I've never seen somebody who's in Cooperstown have such a hard time accessing clubhouses until I came here with you yesterday.
I've had the worst time at Dodger Stadium. I've been yelled at least 5 times since I've been here. I've been stopped. Yesterday, no, you're not allowed in here. You're just a writer. I thought the just was completely unnecessary.
Muncy is 0 for 1 with a line out to right field, and he looks at a first pitch strike. However, the folks who don't have the power to keep you out, the fella at the gate, big Red Sox fan, or at least thinks they're going to play well. He would have let you in. Ground ball to the right side. Off the heel of McClain's glove as he dove to his left. And Muncy reaches on a hard hit ground ball to the right side of the infield.
And that was a slightly easier, not an easy play, but slightly easier than the diving play that McClain made to save a hit. And that's going to go as a hit, of course, to his left. And he couldn't just come up with it. And now the Dodgers have the leadoff guy on.
We were talking with Terry Francona before the game about what they need from Littell, and he said, man, if he could go 7, that would be great. Pages looks at a first pitch low. He said, but he will let them put the ball in play. We've got to make defensive plays behind him. And that would have been an incredible play for by McClain. But that's some of the stuff that Tito Francona is talking about. Swing and a miss on the 1-0, and the count goes to 1-1 and a sinker.
And he's been very efficient so far, but sometimes with Littell, when he gets tired, he gets tired quickly, and it goes quickly. So they really have to monitor this and bring Nick Lodolo in when the time is right.
And Lodolo has just climbed on top of the mound in the bullpen for the visiting Reds on the right field line. The pitch was low. Pages. Now, Lodolo just threw on Sunday for Cincinnati, and the question mark is, how many innings can they get out of him? And Tito told us before yesterday's game he'd like to try and get these guys in clean innings, but Lodolo may not have that choice tonight. Pitches inside, and the count now 3-1.
And again, Tom, in an elimination game, you can't be messing around. First sign of trouble, you got to go to the bullpen and then figure out tomorrow if there is one.
No lefties in the bottom half of the lineup for the Dodgers. Ohtani, Freeman, and Muncy are the only ones from the left side as the left-hander Lodolo continues to loosen in the Reds bullpen down the right field line behind the right field wall. 42 pitches so far for Zach Littell. From the stretch, the pitch to Páez. Off the handle and fouled back to the second level right in front of us. It's a 2-1 Reds lead, bottom of the fourth inning. Dodgers took game one last night by a final score of 10-5. 5 of their 15 hits left the yard. Reds facing elimination. Littell delivers the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Yeah, Páez swinging, and it's only the second strikeout of the night for Zach Littell. One down, and Kike Hernandez coming up.
So Kike now has an 880 OPS in the postseason. That's 173 points higher than his regular season OPS. The only other players with a OPS 150 points higher in the postseason than the regular season.
First pitch to Kike waved at, 0-1.
Kike, Carlos Beltran, and George Brett.
Wow.
That's a pretty good group there. Really no surprise that Kike, who's such an entertaining sort, is at his best when the lights are the brightest.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And he's played in the bright lights plenty of times. 87 postseason games. The entire Reds roster has played in 77. 0-1. That's low with the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. What is it about the big stage and the bright lights that some guys seem to thrive in front of?
Well, some guys are just great all the time. Kike is not one of those, but boy, he has been a tremendous October player.
Swing and a pop up to the right side, drifting towards foul territory. Stewart races over to the wall, and that one's 4 rows deep. The loss last night for Cincinnati was just the second time in club history the Reds allowed 10 runs or more in a postseason game. You have to go back to the 1961 World Series, which was a 13-5 loss to the Yankees. And now they're just trying to flush that and move on. 2-1 Reds lead. Bottom of the fourth. Hernandez sends a line drive into right center field. Muncy around second, heads to third. The ball gets to the fence. They're going to wave him home. And Muncy comes racing home from first. The throw is up the line. We are tied at 2 in the fourth. Kike Hernandez does it again.
Well, Muncy got a great secondary lead there, and that ball was hit perfectly through the right center field gap, and then it wedged just briefly under the right field fence. And Muncy, not the fastest guy in the world, scored with relative ease from first. And now the Dodgers have tied this game and have a runner in scoring position. Kike does it again.
You get the loudest ovation of pregame introductions when this series started last night. 8-hole hitter Miguel Rojas. The crowd is now buzzing. First pitch to Rojas, a curveball in for a strike. Even Magic Johnson up out of his seat, waving his towel when that run scored.
When Magic took over as his role with the Dodgers a few years ago.
Littell checks Kike at second. Here's the 0-1. Inside.
I talked to him and I said, what impresses you most about baseball? He goes, I can't believe how many games they play. They play every night. When we played a back-to-back, nights in the NBA, it was a killer. Granted, different level of exertion, but he was amazed how well they play playing every single night.
The 1-1 on the way. Rojas pops it up into the seats on the right side.
It was right about that time that Matt Kemp was on the Dodgers. And Matt Kemp was a great high school basketball player, and he actually came out and said that he could beat Magic in a game of one-on-one. So I said to Magic, it was just joking, I said, he thinks he could beat you, and Magic just laughed. He said, he has no chance against me.
1-2 pitch is sliced down the right field line. That is a fair ball by a foot. Hernandez scores from second. It took a funny hop off the right field wall into the glove of Hayes. And the Dodgers have put together 3 hits here in the fourth inning. Rojas gives them their first lead of the night. 3-2 Los Angeles. Tito Francona is out. Maybe a batter or two too late. They had Lodolo getting loose, and this will be the end of the line for Zach Littell.
Well, this is what we said, Tom. When he gets tired, it goes quickly, and it seems to have gone quickly here in the fourth inning, and Dodgers didn't exactly smoke that ball, but they have taken the lead here in the fourth inning.
And so, with one out in the fourth inning, the Dodgers